Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, January the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses if you can see my screen and you can hear me, please. Yes would be good. Thank you very much. Wow, lots happening this morning, guys. The EVs are back in play after yesterday's little bit of a downturn yesterday, but look at Plug this morning. Plug signed a European deal with Renault. And that is just juice. This one all-time high, of course, now for Plug. I think this is. I don't see any specific news for Fuel Cell or Ballard, but they're ripping also. I don't see any specific news for them, but I think they're just being tugged along because of Plug. Ballard's at an all-time high now too. BLDP, but Plug certainly has put a charge into it. Lots of stuff happening this morning. Man, oh man. LJPC La Jolla. Big gap up for La Jolla, up 9 million shares. It's a fairly low float, also 27 million in the float. Another European agreement. They had an upfront 22.5 million payment with royalties potentially to come. So that is for LJPC. Leap is a SPAC. Let's see, what has Leap done? Is it holding its gains? Boy, look what it did after hours yesterday. Got all the way up to 1851. Think they've made, they're partnering with Rabbit Capital. I'm sorry, that is Walmart. I don't know why it's showing up here. Walmart enters the fintech space with Ribbit Capital. Oh, okay, that's the reason. Okay. So something to do with Walmart and Leap. Here's a small one, USWS. I don't think it's over $1 yet. I couldn't resist. That's up 82%, 11 million shares in the float. It did actually, after hours, get up to 125 or so. I don't see any specific news on it. FTech. FTech, again, I think this is just being tugged along because of Plug, etc. Don't see any specific news on it. Here's one to definitely keep an eye on, guys. VOXX. It's an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays. This is an all-time high. Hit well. When I say an all-time high, of course we don't count after hours or pre-market, but this actually after hours released earnings. Look at that pop after hours. Got all the way up to 25.50 or so. TMBR, Timber, except it's going up. Okay, TMBR, another low float situation, 6.4 million in the float. Received FDA orphan drug designation. BMRA, Biomerica. Okay, it's holding. Receives a CE mark for its COVID-19 rapid antigen test. So this is a COVID play. Coming into that 200-day moving average. There it is, 706. So it actually really popped through it. But will it pop through it again? That's the magic question, or the million-dollar question right here. 706 is the 200-day moving average. So it's just slightly under it right now. Lots happening this morning. LGHL. Okay, why are you up? On acquiring Lion FinTech Group. This is, I don't know, we won't have the flag yet, but this is a China stock, LGHL. Here's a big one, merger. Here's another SPAC, and they've announced the merger with an electric bus company, ACTC, merger with an electric bus company. Look at this move, 57%. Hey, the trade of the week last week, UAVS is pretty active. Wow, very active this morning. Look at this. Got all the way up to 891. It's pulled back a little bit. UAVS. IRIX, IRIX. I think this moved after hours yesterday. Yeah, moved after hours yesterday. You get a high. It got as high as 431. This morning it got up to 460 or so, kind of holding. Okay, so they have announced preliminary figures. This looks like a kind of a pre-release. Yeah, so it's kind of a pre-release. Revenues, March 11th is when they're are due to release earnings, but they're doing a pre-release right now. So Bitcoin is sort of recovered a bit, but this one has not. BTBT, look at this one. This is down a lot, 17%, a lot of volume so far. BTBT. And yes, as I was just opening the room, Fubo. Fubo had a big pop. Is it holding? Yes, it is. And getting into the sportsbook business. Or I think they had sort of an announcement like that before. Maybe it's just firming it up. Accelerates the development of sportsbook. LMNL Liminal. So actually, it's a Canadian company, Laval, but their news: FDA approval for a plasma collection center. I think in New York. So look at this move here, low float. And ZOM, keep an eye on this one, guys. ZOM, this is one that we were watching yesterday. It's pulled back a little bit here. A lot of volume already, 64 million. It's a big float. Something to do with pets. That's all I could just sort of glean from a headline. Something to do with pets, maybe pet monitoring or something like that. But ZOM. So it closed just under $1. Sorry, did it? Yeah, it closed just under $1. Excuse me, $1 yesterday. So now is over $1. There's really not a lot of resistance. So definitely keep an eye on this one. Here's one that did a financing, RDHL. I believe it's below the financing price. RDHL. Yeah, it's quite a bit below the financing price. The financing's at 784, so it's at 734 right now. RDHL. The one I think it popped up, but it's given up quite a bit. There's Tattoo, TTOO. Just trying to see if I can't. Okay, so this is a virus play, okay. This is a virus play. So anyway, a ton happening. So VOXX, very few earnings plays. There's another earnings play. I don't know if it really was popping this morning. ACI is another earnings play. Starting to get a few here, probably coming into a lot of resistance up here. But if it can take out, I'm going to stick an alert here at 1784. If it can take that out later on, that'd be an all-time high, I believe. GovX, somebody mentioned GovX. This is, I think, is gapping down. GovX is gapping down. Okay, so it's trying to, a little bit of a bounce here, but it is definitely weak so far anyway. Okay, here's one that is sneaking in here. ENG, sneaking in that. I didn't see it early on as in my gappers. All right, this SPAC is still really strong. This CCIV, and you can see it had the big day yesterday. Bounced off that typical SPAC price at around 10, got all the way up to 14, gapping above now the high of yesterday. There we go. So Lucid Motors and Churchill. So another another EV. All right, let me quickly go and take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See how active these analysts are still, and the answer is not quite as many upgrades as yesterday. Again, a few of them in. Got a few more to go. See, a few energy plays are getting some upgrades. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. Just a few more to go. I think CMC, that had earnings yesterday, so it's been downgraded now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Okay, when you say color changes, what exactly do you mean, Sam? You mean like these color changes here, like how I have it in green and orange? You talking about this? All right, boy, BTBT having a nice pop here. So is that what you mean, though? Why I have them, or how I've got these in green and these in orange as an example? Are you talking about it in a top list? No, so you're talking here. It's exactly the same for an M window or an alert window, all right? Because you have to, in an M window, you have to break out the individual strategies. Look at BTBT. What a big move up here from 14 to 17. So in a multi-strategy window, when you hover over, you have to open the strategy and then properties, and then select colors, and then this is just the palette. Bullish alerts, bearish alerts, and you pick and choose your foreground and your background. Well, okay, the gradient is different. That's a top list. Yeah, I don't use the gradient at all. You notice here my top list, I don't use the gradient at all. You know what? Go to info. I think maybe somebody has a little video or something on it. Okay, I don't have that information. I just don't use it anymore. So maybe just go over it. I just don't have it. There might be, somebody might have it. Okay, well then ask for it. I mean, you can do things like this, you know, and then you can select, you know, here's a gradients that you can select from. You can do your own. I just don't even, I just don't do it. So this is something they've had for years and years and years. Yeah, so the flags, evidently, I don't know when the version will come out that is accessible for you guys. So Sam, I just don't know it. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Blow the nose. No, no setting to change. It'll all be automatic. It's not like an option or something to add the flags. It's just in maybe some, well, in fact, today is a marketing meeting, so I'll ask the question when the release will be ready with the flags. Here's another one that is moving here. Look at this one. Man, look at these moves. CAPR, fairly low float, 20 million into float. Collaboration with Lonza. So this is muscular dystrophy. Yeah, I'll be totally honest, Sam. I found it very distracting. You know, I used to look at the gradients. I just found it too distracting. So, you know, I think I had them years and years and years ago, and then I just found it too distracting. But to each his own, obviously. Well, so La Jolla is holding really well here. Look at this nice base right here on the 5s and the 2s. What sort of resistance is there for La Jolla? 599 is the high there on the monthly. 810 is the next high in the monthly. Take a look at the weekly. Yeah, so I mean, this is the same. So the next high on the weekly chart is around 743. So there is still room if this wants to keep moving. I mean, it's up 55%, but obviously pretty decent news for the company. Ballard makes another new high here, BLDP. Well, who were the ones last week? Wasn't it, was it Wainwright or I can't remember which firm put the price target right back up here to $65 for Fubo? I remember if it's JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley or Wainwright. All right, I will now switch layouts. Nah, I made a mistake. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment, please. Just have some adjustments to do on my other monitors. Okay. Okay, now as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list. Remember, it's a layout. Everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Well, they're always meant for longer term holds, but I mean, you know, you got to trade it the way you want to trade it. I mean, they're always designed for longer term holds, but you know, I mean, there's no guarantee it's going to continue, but yeah, it still looks pretty good. Especially from the 1580 trigger. I mean, it's almost this morning or yesterday, it was almost a $2 pop, but you have to trade it the way you want to trade it. Okay, so Tony. Okay, let me see if I can quickly. This is somebody from our YouTube channel. Okay, so Tony, if you click on my homepage link, and then one of the scans I'm sharing right here, click here, and one of the scans I'm sharing is the halts or zooms, okay? Super crazy? Why do you say that? Yeah, the ZOM is interesting. I did briefly look at the headline for it. And again, it's something to do with, I think it's pet monitoring. Thank you, William. I forgot about that. So we have, yes, we have less than 30 seconds. Let's have another great trading day, everybody. The SPY is, I think it's modestly up. Was sinking a little bit. Yeah, just basically flat. The SPY is flat. SPY is flat. And we're open. So again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. TTM, guys, CTM, let's see, is there going to be continuation from yesterday's kind of pre-guidance? Okay, there's ACI. Okay, ACI is an earnings play. This is an all-time high right now for ACI. ACI is an earnings play. I had that alert set to break these two right there. And wow, look at it go right now. ACI is an earnings play. This could be the one that's going to be active most of the day. Well, it'll be active most of the day, but now there's the ZOM, guys. ZOM just took, didn't quite take out the pre-market high. There it goes, guys. It just took out, it was right at the pre-market high, ZOM. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Doesn't mean you don't have to, but look at the volume that came in, 22 million shares. It's a big float. I mentioned the CCIV. A lot of these SPACs are CCIV. All Capri or Capricorn, CAPR still moving here, guys. What was the news on them? Collaborates with Lonza for the development. I think this is muscular dystrophy. Okay, so let's see if ZOM can regain this. This is why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. You get moves like this. Looks like that was going to just break out, drops. So let's see. I'm going to put my alert right back up here at 124. So I'm going to talk about this a little later in terms of the simulator. I took this trade yesterday in the simulator, FUV, held it overnight. So this is like a swing trade. You can practice swing trading. AR, guys, this is in my watch list. I believe it's in my watch list. Won't trigger. Nothing will happen in here until 9:45 at least, but this is moving right now. It's a big float. AR, guys, on the move here. AR, it's a big float, $250 million in the float, but it is on the move here. So RDHL continues down here on that financing, 784. Okay, BMRA just made a new high, not pre-market high, but market hour high, BMRA. Okay, so ZOM is right back up. Very whippy, very whippy. A lot in the float and it's very whippy though. It's a big, big float. Over $500 million in the float, but it is still pretty whippy. Okay, now it's right back up to that. I just put a price alert and it just took it out right now. All right, guys. Take a look at this XOM. See now, ZOM, sorry. Is it going to really move now? Okay, this was really gapping down. QELL was gapping down. Is another one of those SPACs. It is coming right back up. QELL. Okay, La Jolla, a little bit of a move. LJPC, a little bit of a move. Not huge. It is a new high, not pre-market high, but in fact, let's take what I should do is just put an alert pre-market high and see if it takes, in fact, there it is up here, 666 approximately. See if it takes that out. Yeah, I mean it's a second day continuation. It wasn't an earnings play exactly yesterday, but I mean it looks good. Second day continuation. I guess it was sort of a pre-release, pre-guidance. But as you know, I'm not going to say yes, buy it. All right, so Vox actually is giving it up. It hit a high at 25 in the 25.57 after hours yesterday. There's a $5 drop for Vox, VOXX. Yeah, that was the news of it yesterday also, yes. Deal with Tesla, possible deal with Tesla, yes. Here's one that just got halted. Okay, I don't know what this just got halted. I don't know if this is an IPO or what's going on with KUKE. Commences trading. Yeah, it is an IPO. Interesting. Usually they don't come out this early. But KUKE just got halted. It's an IPO. And the IPO price, 5 million shares at $10 a share. So it's almost like a SPAC. I mean, most of these SPACs come out at $10. But anyway, this is 5 million shares at $10. So nice gap so far for KUKE. Another one just got halted. DLPN, Dolphin Entertainment. This one just got halted also. Dolphin Entertainment acquires B/HI. No terms. This was actually pre-market. All right, guys. ZOM. Very interesting now. Holding. I don't think there's really any resistance. Let's take a look here. Highs here, 127. So the next high looking left is at 127. If it can break through that, then the next high is 170 for ZOM. And IRIX, look at this. It took out the pre-market highs now. IRIX. What a gap for this one. All right, Buy America, BMRA, we just made a new high. There's the pre-market high is 729, coming right into that 200-day moving average. Look at that, 706. It's basically right at the 200-day moving average. Now it did pop through it in the pre-market pretty easily, but I don't know how long that was. That might have been just a flash high, and then it just moved right back down. All right, this ACTC, wow, just got halted again. And this looks like it's going to open in the 22 level. So it got halted at 2184, 2222 is what I see. So not a big pop yet. All right, give me one moment, please. All right, KUKE just opened after the halt. Very interesting. Where are they out of? We have no idea where they're out of. Just rarely, if this is truly an IPO, rarely do they open this early. It's a China music? Okay, maybe that's the reason. Okay, thank you. Wow, look at this thing go now. This is going to take out 14, KUKE. Give me a moment here, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. Just had a couple of things I had to do. ZOM looking really good now. Yeah, this is not the room for that, Siggy. We're not going to tell you what to buy or sell. We have ideas, that we talk about, but I'm not going to say you should buy this or should not buy this, okay? All right, guys. Let's see, what do we have here? So 131 on the alert. Let's see if it can hold this level here. ZOM. And the IRIX at 485. Can it, let's see, looking left, 550, I think, 477, so 550 on the monthly chart, 554 on the monthly chart. Here's the next high looking left. I see ACTC opened. All right, here's another one. All right, so this is another one that just got halted. RSVA just got halted. Another one of these SPACs. My goodness. No, this is stacking up 1856, 1856. All right, another little one here. Brickell Biotech, BBI. This was active a few days ago, got up to 125. This was a 78-cent stock, popped up here. It's above those highs now, BBI. Not a super low float, 51 million in the float. Now, meanwhile, the market, yeah, look at the market. I haven't really looked at the market. So the market is Just before the open, it was kind of flat, but now it is really starting to drift down here. NAS is basically flat. Dow is down. SPY is down. Okay, guys, T2, TTOO. This is a COVID play. It was high in the pre-market, was 232 or so, so it is starting to move here. Okay, so we're seeing, with this market doing what it's doing in this first half hour, seeing a lot of fades here. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching, seeing if it's a tattoo, TTOO. Might be too much resistance, not that far away though for TTOO. Boy, look at the whippiness of these SPACs. I mean, look at the CCIV, got all the way up to 1565. Now on the way down here, CCIV on the way down. Remember I talked about ACI taking out those highs right there, took out the highs and came right back down. All right, again, a SPAC, but very whippy. Our RCVA just opened again. So nobody knows if something like that's going to happen, okay? Will it continue going up, all right? Nobody knows. It might. It's had a nice pop, but to ask a question like that, I mean, there was no answer other than nobody knows. It might stall right here. Okay, so DLPN after the halt. What's the float here? Wow, 5 million in the float, so very, very low float here, guys. Lots of volume coming in for it. 61 times normal. This is not traded very much. You can just look at this 15-minute chart. Look how small. Look how small these candles are in relation to this one right here. for DLPN. All right, guys. So the alerts have slowed down a little bit here. There's that Smile Direct SDC. So this is on my watch list because it was a high yesterday. It was 12.55, so it's just about at that high yesterday. I mean, if we can break through that high, there's probably some resistance around 13.60 or so, but that's about $1 away. All right, guys, so if you're in the ZOM, just be aware of that 150, okay? ZOM, be aware of the 150. Sometimes that can prove to be a bit of a stumbling block. Now, those 50-cent levels with stocks under $5 can prove to be a bit of a challenge to get through. Yeah, look what I said, guys. Okay. That's a big bottoming tail here. Pop right back up, but my thoughts on all these SPACs are they're very difficult to intraday trade. That's all I can say. They're very difficult to intraday trade. You get these news and they come out, and but I just find it difficult to trade. I mean, you either like the story for long term or not. They're really not, in my opinion, not designed for intraday trading. I I am surprised, a little surprised at this move here with that float. Thought it might be a little more moderate in terms of the size of candles, but there was a lot of volume that came in. However, I don't think it's over completely. I think this is one of those ones. If you read the press or you read the news about this company, I mean, it looks interesting. All right, so there's a big bottoming tail on the SPY. See, the market's pretty choppy right now. I mean, which is indicative of a lot of stocks what they're doing. I mean, look how choppy this SPY is. Look at the topping tails, big bottoming tail, pop up, coming back down. Very choppy right now, which indicative of a lot of stocks are going to kind of be doing that. Yeah, ZOM could definitely do an offering. We have to hope that it doesn't do the offering during market hours. That's all. Well, if you read the news on it, ZOM, I mean it's interesting news. If you're a pet owner, lover, whatever, I mean you just have to just read the news. Now, obviously it's been pumped. Probably a lot of individuals have got a hold of this. To me, the interesting thing about it is that it had such huge float, and yet it moved the way it did. Yeah, I mean it is startling. Yes, I mean look at that. I mean this is less than less than a month ago. This was a 15-cent stock. Give me a moment, please. All right. Okay, things have settled down just a little bit here. Just checking some of my ones in my momentum up, see if they're still moving. You did tell me that, Asia. I don't know why, but you did tell me that. Somebody saying the float doesn't matter when it's an Amex stock. That is from our YouTube room. I don't know. Couldn't find any news on it. USWS, I didn't see any specific news on it. I don't have time to really search, but I just have all I can do is really look at headlines. If I don't see a headline, then I just move on. There's got to be some reason, but I don't know it. Meanwhile, BMRA guys, BMRA making new highs. Getting little lags here. Come on. Oh, look at this. Look at the volume that just came into BMRA also. So remember we were talking about this one right at the 200-day moving average, 706. And now look what it did. It just blew right through it. Yeah, if you're looking for if you've already done a search and you can't find news, more than likely I won't find news either. So yeah, BMRA just got halted. Well, La Jolla LJPC just kind of really fizzled here. That's why, you read news, you think, man, how can this happen? I mean, it's still up. It's up 38%, and it's a fairly low float. And the news looked pretty good. It just could not maintain it. Okay, guys, again, here's another SPAC. I mean, I'm almost looking at these things and wanting to short them, off these tops. I mean, this the high is 1175. The trick is always, okay, where? I mean, this is really moving here. GSAH, I don't know if there's... Oh, this is the Goldman Sachs. Okay, a little bit different. This is Goldman Sachs's, I guess, foray into the SPAC world. So Sanchez, I don't quite understand the question. It's everything you see here is not based on the AI. The AI there is a short offer. I mean, they talked about plug. Obviously, that did not work. There's one short opportunity from the AI this morning, did not work. So I don't know how to answer your question when you say the best stocks to short. The AI doesn't work like that. Now, if you're looking for interesting, stocks that are really, maybe topping out, this is what I use if I'm looking to perhaps short something, stocks that are topping out. You just have to kind of, when I get an alert, kind of watch it. I don't have time, unfortunately. I've got so many other things going on. I don't have time to spend on things. This, I'd love to take a look at this a little more in depth. But I just, you really can't do it. So look at this one, man. JE, where are you out of? Canadian stock out of Mississauga, okay. JE, what a move here for JE. Look at the room it's got. If you look left on the daily chart, wow, 546. I mean, if it gets through 546 and look left and it got up to 643, that was back in November 11th. So, I mean, again, just to complete my statement to you, Sanchez, this is not based on the AI. This is just a set of filters that I put in. To look at stocks that are maybe extended and maybe, looking like they might be extended. Doesn't mean, though, when you get the alert, you just automatically short it. Not on my website. It's just one of the scans I share. Just go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage. It's one of the scans that I share. Click on that section that says scans that I share, and you'll see bouncers, toppers. I mean, yeah, you look at this. I mean, look at FTI. I mean, this has just been straight up. At some point, it will fall a bit. I mean, it's just a matter of, okay, when. You know, you look left on these higher time frames. You look to see if there's any sort of resistance nearby. 1520 is the high, so that's, I mean, that's obviously on the monthly chart. That's far enough away. On the weekly chart, it's the same thing. So I mean, this still has some room if it wants to keep moving. You know, the chart, there's no chart resistance. So, but I mean, at some point, yes, it'll flatten out. Wow, so this just opened, GSAH just opened, popped up, and right back down. Well, here's another little one. Hexo on the move here. Big float, 114 million in the float, but it is on the move. There's the high looking left, so it took that out, 532. I mean, the only news on it is they're going to participate in some kind of an annual forum, Alticore's annual forum, Alticore Capital. I mean, here's another one. Is this extended? Well, let's take a look. I mean, the high over here is 2349. That's the next high looking left on the daily chart. It's coming right into it. Will it stall there? There's another one. Wow, this is not a lifetime high yet. PRVB, I guess there's the lifetime high right up here around 20 almost $23. PRVB. You know, I mean, it would be nice to predict that there was the high for GSAH, $13, drops all the way down to 1185. Okay, one moment, please. sorry about that. You're absolutely right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just saying, how can I short this? Being of Icelandic heritage, I cannot short this collective with the acquisition of Iceland Foods No Meat, but there are some class action suits, I guess. Okay, so if you can't hear, do a refresh. Right here, there's the refresh. I know if you can't hear me, but boy, here's another one. Look at Fleur here. Fleur here, FLR. There's the high looking left, 1899. It's above that. It's above 19. Look left on that monthly chart. You see a high of 2015. This has some room, guys. FLR has some room. It's probably not a big, yeah, it's a big float, which is okay. Yeah, what's NIO doing today? Is it doing the same thing, or is it XBEV on its own? No, NIO's doing its thing again. It had a huge day yesterday with the big JP Morgan upgrade to $75, I think, and some other assorted news. Yeah, well, it's always the challenge, Grumpy, you know. You're in a profitable position. When do you want to take some off? You know, I mean, I always look at, whole numbers. I look at, obviously, the SMA, if it's closed. I look at highs, looking left, things like that. Okay, so for instance, IPOF, you guys probably know I was in this one. And so look at what happened in the pre-market, got all the way up to 1523. I'm in at 14, just a little over 14. I started watching this and said, don't like the way this is trading. So I basically got out of my position right around here, 1479-ish. Okay, this was a swing. Had it for a few days. And now I'm looking, I don't get quite why this happened. There's no specific news on it, but I will be looking to add, get back. Maybe if it takes, exact up to 1420 or so. Did I know it was going to keep doing this? No. I just didn't like, I had a feeling I just didn't like the way it was trading, especially with that green candle there. But then the next candle was red, so. I told you about the ZOM. Guys, it's pretty obvious when I'm in a trade. If you keep seeing me putting price alerts, then there's your clue. But You know, what my comment was, I was worried that it would not take out 150. The 50 cent for me is a psychological level for stocks under $5, and especially ones under $2. So did I absolutely know that it was going to stall at $1.48? Of course not. But I've just seen it happen so many times that I just said I got to get out a lot of my position before here. If it popped through here, I'd say, oh well. But from where I was in earlier, it's still a great percentage move. Even I get out of most of my position at 148. So remember all the hoopla earlier on for CAPR. Look at this. Gets up to $6. It has dropped over $1 now. CAPR. Now, look at the 200-day moving average, 476. This may hold it. No, I mean, it's at 488 right now. This might hold it, and maybe it bounces off that. Boy, there's another SPAC going not crazy, but popping off that 10 mark. The interesting thing is all these ones are shortable. I haven't seen a SPAC that is not shortable at IB. Again, the question is when. I mean, I'm looking here. It's a big channel break. If you have TradingView, it's a big channel break so far. This seems to be the strategy. Just watch these SPACs and then, try to pick an area where it looks like it's going to stall. For instance, I probably should have taken this short, maybe at 1087 and just put a stop at the whole number. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I could still maybe do it, but I want to watch how it's trading. It's also almost 10:30, so I think what I'm going to do is go into my spiel, guys. Just give me a moment here. I think I have an email that came in. Okay, just give me a moment here. I'm gonna try to help. Here we go. Pullbacks on winners. Okay. If you are, first of all, big welcome. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. This is not a special day. It's been like this since October of 2015. I'm going to put a link to my homepage. Lots of information on my homepage. So let me get the link in. All right, so from my homepage, you click on my link. And first of all, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code that you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. So you click on Get Trade Ideas to give you an idea how much it costs. We have 4 plans. So we have a premium and standard on an annual basis. The premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's the main reason why people want to have access to our premium service. There are other differences, but this is the main reason. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan if you don't want. You can go month to month. Standard is $118, premium is $228 minus the 15%. The discount is only good for the first month. So if you keep the subscription, it's just month to month, but it'll go back to $118 or $228. So more information from my homepage. So the trade of the week, another excellent trade of the week this week. FUV, but you can sign up for it right here. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, usually about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens. I do a recap, what's happening in the room. Usually do it around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for them right there. All the scans that I'm sharing. All right, more than, of course, what you see on my shared monitor. So these are all the scans that I'm sharing. Educational links. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, this is probably the most important link. Okay, just give me a moment here, there, Steve. So the short lessons, let me go over this and then I'll get to your question. So the 20 short lessons, again, if you're just a new subscriber, I think this is really a valuable link and goes over all the basic features that we have. Top list, alert windows, etc. If you're not a subscriber, you can also click on it so you can see what sort of features we do have. Daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. All right. I'll give you the link before I take my break at around noon. I'll give you a link for that. Daily webinars. What's today? Is Tuesday. So yes, Monday to Tuesday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all archived. You can sign up for them all here. Educational videos. A lot of educational videos here and also some ebooks that we created. Okay, just give me a moment. So Steve, well, there's a promo. I mean, you can, if you click on my homepage link, and there's a promo you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, okay? First month only or the entire year, all right? Okay, so we do have crosses, okay, moving average crosses, but not all 3 at the same time, if that's what you're talking about. You can filter for stocks that are below moving averages, but here crossed above or below the 200, 50, or 20. So you can use these. I mean, you can put them all in if you want, but it's not necessarily then you're going to get an alert if a stock crosses below them all at the same time. Okay? Here's another little one, Ampy. Just coming out of the woodwork, guys. I'm all these, look, wow, look at this one. Just 250 is the high looking left for Ampy. And then after that, boy, if it ever broke through that area, but even if it got close to 250 from 2, that would be a great percentage increase. All right, now I do want to go over the AI. AI is having a kind of a blah day. There's one that's pretty good. Just want to explain what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing those strategies. So that's what happened once the market closed last night. And out of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. Why they made the cut? They had the right profit factor, win percentage combination. And this is my recommendation, how to watch the AI alerts as they come in. Just click on New from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. All right, if you do that, this is the window that'll pop up. I would incorporate that window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. When you get the alert, of course, you have an entry price, you have a stop, and then it's up to you to manage the trades as they come in. Well, you can do a multi-strategy window if you want. One for the. But if you're asking for the break of all three at the same time, if you're just looking for individual breaks, I mean, you could put one alert window and have all three alerts in there if that's what you want. And then in the type, where it would say type, columns where it said type, it would tell you why you're getting an alert as an example. So, I mean, you can do a multi-strategy, but I don't think it's necessary if you just want to have 3 alerts in the one window. So again, if you put type, then it'll tell you. Okay, so did you understand what I meant though? I mean, all you have to do, you don't have to do a multi, if you want to, you can, but again, if you, on columns, just make sure you have the type. So when you get an alert, it'll tell you why you're getting an alert, like a 200 moving average cross, 50 or a 20. Okay? Thoughts on TME? I don't know. I mean, other than it's it had a huge move in the pre-market, but it gave it all up, trying to bounce here. Your guess is as good as mine if it's going to continue. I mean, it's over the whole number, so it does have room, I suppose, but it's very choppy. It's maybe a nice little base on the 5s, but if you're asking me to predict if I think it's going to keep going higher, I don't know. Well, no, because 200 minute or the 200 day is the 200 day, the 50 is the 200 day. So no, it's only on the daily. I see what you mean. No, we don't have it on the 60. No, Steve, no, you can't. Unfortunately, we have no way of doing something like that. Requesting a fee for that, no. We used to a long time ago, but we're way. The simple answer is no. Is there a way to stop the strategy trades window from resorting the list? Don't know what you mean by that. Are you talking about this right here? I just sorted. I never resorts. I just sort on the aggressive profit. That's what I like to do. And it just sorts automatically on this. I don't know what you mean by resorting it. I mean, you pick a column that you want to have it sorted on, and it should stay there. Here? I mean, well, I don't understand. I don't know how else. I mean, you're going to pick a column that you want it sorted on. It's not going to jump, to another column to sort on, and then another one and another one. I mean, the idea is to pick a column that you do want it sorted on. Maybe the last time or the last alert. You pick however you want it sorted. Maybe I'm not understanding what you mean. If it has room, Dr. J, if it has room. You always hear me talk about if it has room, and the question was, I'm not a big swing trader, number one, but I mean, if I am, it's going to have a lot of room on the weekly, daily, and monthly charts. Room, you hear me talk about it all the time. I'm always going to look left, see where the next highs are. If I think they're far enough away, then it becomes something that I might want to do. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I honestly don't know what you mean. I mean, you sort on a column. Of course, the symbols are going to move depending on how it's sorted. I mean, all of a sudden, if this Neo became, all of a sudden, if it had a huge pop or drop because it's a short, of course it's going to move higher. It's going to move to the top of the list, but that's what you should want. I don't quite understand. You're talking about this window here. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, why would you find it annoying? Because in theory, you're sorting on a column that you want to see, say, all the ones at the top here, or you're sorting on a column to see the last alert. I'm not sure why you would find that annoying, but nothing you can do about it. I mean, of course, it's going to jump around because you're picking a way to sort it. Yeah, I still don't understand. I mean, first of all, if you're talking about this window, I mean, we don't have that many alerts all day long. I mean, but there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, you sort on a column, and of course, I mean, if percentages change, am I aggressive? Of course the symbols are going to change, but that's personally what I want. I want to see the ones that are near the top. Okay, let me talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. First and foremost, we are a scanner. So what I call an event-based scanner. So for instance, if you look at my new basic new highs and new lows, what I've done is, these are the filters. It doesn't really matter what filters I'm using, but these are the filters that I'm using. So if these filter values are met, and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. Okay, so I've created the event, and then I get a real-time alert when if all the filter values are met and a stock makes a new high or a stock makes a new low. Now you, of course, and I'm sharing this, and I'm sharing a lot of scans, but of course you can create your own scans. You right-click, configure, and search. So you'll see we have a lot of alerts. Excuse me, all of these are alerts. And then if I go all the way down to the bottom here, these are these icons here, these are the filters. So what we did was, instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, we created a big basket of alerts and filters that you can basically a la carte pick from to create your own scan without having to know any sort of programming language. So that's what Trade Ideas is, first and foremost, okay? A scanner. Now, we also have what we call an external linking tool. Click on Tools, External Linking, and what that means is we link with many brokerage platforms. Now, all linking is this, is that if you've established the link, when I click on a symbol, it'll load into your brokerage platform. That's it. then from within your brokerage platform, you can trade it. So it's a time saver. That's basically what linking is. It's a time saver. Instead of having to type the symbol in, if you're like me, clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, you just click on the alert and it'll load into your platform, brokerage platform, and then you from within there you can trade it. Don't have to. There's no. If you don't want to link, you don't have to. It's just a time saver. Now, we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers with the linking. I'm going to put this in the room. Well, when you say can you connect it to your broker, first of all, what do you mean by? I mean, you can connect. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's Holly or any symbol that you see here. Okay, if you click on an alert within the AI, and you've established a connection with your broker, it'll just load into your order entry. So Holly is no different from, establishing a connection in a normal scanner. Now, again, we have this linking arrangement with Brokerage Plus, though, that if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So yes, you do establish the link, but then you can trade. You still need a broker. We're not a broker, okay? So you still need a broker to trade, but if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can actually use this window here that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, you can set up things. Let's just say I click on BDR and I look at the chart. I say, yep, I want to trade it. I can go back, right click, and I can set up these are buying and shorting options, what we call one-click trading, and I can pick how I want to trade it. Now, how you do that is you watch the video. Okay? And it's about a 25-minute long video. It explains everything. So Peter, if you're talking about our charts are on a 10-second refresh, but when we get an alert, it's real time. I mean, when we get that alert, it is real time. You can do that, Mick, if you have Interactive Brokers. Okay, it's the only one it works with. If you want to, yes. You can select certain strategies. You have to have a premium service, but it only works with Interactive Brokers. Now, the other big use of this Brokerage Plus window is as a simulator, paper trader. So if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Practice. All right? All you need is our standard service, and then you just click on Sim from the toolbar. And this is only available if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. And then this box will pop up, and then you can practice trading. So, how does it work? I mean, it's very simple. No, Premium doesn't give you IB linking. Okay, linking is linking. We just happen to have this arrangement if you happen to have an IB account. Premium, it allows you to have the big difference between Premium Standard is access to the AI. Whether you link it with your broker, IB, whatever broker you want, it doesn't really matter. It just gives you access to the AI. There are some other differences. If you're into back testing your own strategy, you can do that. You have 20 charts instead of 10, but the big difference is the AI. So again, going back to the paper trading, simulation trading, click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting it, you sell it. And if you're going long, you buy it. So let's do one. Now, I always like to start off like this. because a lot of people like to play pullbacks or. So let's you can set it up so that you can set up, say, what we'll call a conditional buy order. Say GLOG pulled back to a certain level and you wanted to get into the trade. So let's take a look at GLOG right there. Let's say you wanted to take this trade if it pulled back to 540. Okay, right at the low here. So you can pick how many shares you want to do. In 540, I'm going to click on 540. I'm going to buy. So you see there's a line that shows up right there on the chart. So if it goes down to 540 on a pullback, it'll take the trade. Well, linking with Trader Thinkorswim, I do know you have to run it in administration mode, both Trade Ideas and AI and Thinkorswim. If you're having problems, just general link, I don't know specifically on paper trading. Why would you use paper trading within IB? Why wouldn't you use ours? Save yourself the hassle. I mean, it's using our real-time data, so it doesn't really matter what broker you've got. But if you're having a problem linking with Thinkorswim, all I can do is send you to our homepage and you can ask for the instructions. Well, absolutely. You have to be logged into your broker, yes. Well, if you want to trade. I mean, if you just want to practice trading, you don't have to be logged into your broker. But I mean, obviously, we're not a broker, so you have to have a broker up and running if you want to trade your account. Okay, so I just demonstrated how you can set it up. So that blue line right there, so if it goes down, if GLOG goes down to 540, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's on a conditional. You could also have done it another way. If you wanted to take it, say, a break of up the high right there, you could have done it and said, okay, I want to take the trade if it gets up to 560. Now, let's take a trade. Let's see what this ZOM. Just gonna find something. There's Solo on the move here. Okay, I'm just to show you, because I'm going to show you also talk about stops and all of that. Okay, so let's just take this trade, MX. And let's take a couple hundred, or take three, doesn't really matter. I'm just showing you how you do this. And yeah, it's a 3-cent spread, so I'm going to buy market. It's not the end of the world. It's not that big a deal. So it's going to take the trade right there. So it took the trade at 1827. Now, we talk about stops all the time. So if you're new to trading, you have to really drill this into your head. Don't forget it. Not every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. It's not every trade is going to work. So you want to keep your losses to a manageable amount. So first of all, when you get into a trade, you have to know what price you're going to get out of the trade at. Again, I'll just demonstrate how you can do it. I'm not saying this would be the ideal, but let's just put the stop at 18. Okay. So I right click, add the stop order. I'm going to put it and just type in 18, add it, and you'll see that it'll show up right on the chart. It'll show up right on the chart. Okay, so if it goes down to $18, it'll take me out for an $81 loss. Okay, I can put a target if I want. Again, I'm just going to, put 19 just to show you how it's done. The problem is it's not. We won't be able to see it because it's going to be way up here. So let me put a target of 1850, so we'll be able to see it. Only because I want you to be able to see the line as it shows up. There it is. Okay. So if it goes up to 1850, wait a minute. Let me see if I did that right. Yeah. Okay, so can't see the dollar amount, but if it went up to 1850, it would take me out for a gain, okay? So that's how you can set it up right on the chart. And if this trade started to work well, you could use this like a trailing stop. Okay? You can start to move that line up on the chart to another support area. Okay? So you could use this like a trailing stop. Now, we talk about the stops. So, I'm going to pretend that I took this trade at 1820, okay? Because I want to talk about, the importance of share sizing when you know where your stop is. And if you say, well, how do I know where my stop is? Well, that's going to come with experience. That's why we say practice trading before you commit money to the market. You'll be able to, over time, you'll be able to look at a chart and say, well, okay, that's an area that if it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. There's a support area, or it could be a moving average. It could be, there are different areas where you can establish your stop, but your stop should not be, well, I'm going to risk 10 cents every trade. Something which is not, it doesn't make any sense just to do it that way. But let's say that I took this trade at 1820 and my stop was 18. So that's a 20-cent stop. So my advice is that when you get into a trade, you should have a dollar amount that you're willing to risk. So, and that's going to be dependent on your account size. So obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to risk $1,000 a trade. But let's just say your account size, dictated that, yeah, I can risk $100 a trade. So in this particular case, if I had gotten to this one at 1820 and my stop was at 18, I'm just trying to make the math simple. That's a 20-cent stop. So how many shares you could take would be 500 shares. 500 times a 20-cent stop equals $100. Okay? And you should keep your risk amount, dollar amount, the same as, as best you can for every trade you're in. You don't want to go say, well, I'm going to risk $200 the next trade, $300 the next, $25 the next. And you do not want to get into revenge trading. So you allow yourself to get stopped out for a $100 loss, and then you say, well, you know what, I better risk $200 the next trade so I can make that $100 back plus make $100. And then you lose that one, now you're down $300 total. And on and on and on. So, it requires discipline. The other thing which is nice about this is that a lot of you will have, you will put your stop. You will say, okay, yeah, I see what Barry's talking about. In this case, it made sense to put a stop at 18. It starts approaching 18 and you don't obey your stop. You say, maybe that stop was a little too tight. So maybe it should have been 1790. It goes down to 1790. Maybe that was too tight, 1780. So all of a sudden, your manageable loss of $100 starts turning into 150, 200, 300. You start to sweat and you finally get out of the trade. And we've all done it. We've all done it. You're not alone. This allows you to take the emotion out. You just, you hit your stop, takes you out of the trade. No emotion. All right, let me now look at this. Well, it's DLPN. Man, oh man, what a run it's had. But it's been choppy. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, up to 490, losing almost $1, coming right back up, topping tail. I mean, these are difficult to trade. I mean, it's very, very choppy. Okay, so I am just trying to catch up on some emails. All right, guys, here's another SPAC on the move here. AACQ. And if you're new and you're wondering, why we keep talking about these SPACs, well, first of all, look it up. SPAC, it's an acronym. Okay, look it up. And they exploded last year, and I think that this explosion is going to continue. Basically, what these are, they're what they call blank check, or they have money. They do, it kind of looks like an IPO. They've got money, but what they're doing is they're looking for a company to merge with. So that company that they're looking, it's obviously a private company. So it's a way for that private company to kind of bypass the very tedious job of doing an IPO on their own. I mean, there are still rules and regulations that have to be followed, but this has just exploded. It's a sort of a new way for IPOs to get a quicker listing. But look it up, SPAC. Give me a moment, please. Okay, NVCN. Yeah, a lot of volume coming in. Let's back it out a little bit. So this has, look at a monthly chart. It was last month, the high was 114, so it's above that. So yeah, it's got some room on the monthly chart for sure. If it wants to keep running, whether it's going to keep running or not, I don't know, but I don't see any specific, I'm just looking at some headlines. I don't see any specific news on it. But yeah, if you check And it's got a lot of room on the weekly and the monthly chart if it wants to keep going. The daily chart, the same thing. I mean, look at this. The next high looking left is around 2. There's the 200-day moving average. That's still far enough away on a percentage basis. But again, I'm not telling you to buy it, of course. But that's what I see. CPE. Oh yeah, Callan. Well, that had the big month a few months ago, all the way up to 27. Here's the high looking left at 1659. So it's getting close to that high right there. I mean, obviously, if you can take that out and keep running, I mean, this is an energy play. So it all depends. What do you think energy is going to do? The relatively low float, 38 million in the float. Okay, so if you have our standard, we give you 10 to try, okay? So back testing is a premium service, but you're right, with the standard, we give you 10 to see if you like it. You want to continue, but that's the reason. So you've obviously exceeded your limit. Okay, so look at the market. So the market, everything is positive now. The three indices that we look at up here are all positive. Yeah. But it's been choppy. I mean, this has been a choppy day. I mean, look at the SPY, look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. So here's another one. Wow, look at this float, 7.4 million in the float. I'm talking about the ACER. A little disappointed in the ZOM that it didn't challenge that 150 again, but it'll be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. All in. All right, let me check to see if anything's happening from my watch list. I haven't even been able to look at it. So BDR, no, that was nice. BDR, $1.50 on the alert, up to $1.93. Let's see what happened with BMRA, 720 on the alert. Got up, wow, got up to 770. 1831 MX, what did it do after that? A little, nothing much. SDC 1253. Yeah, it still may be valid. Of course, the ZOM got up to almost $1.50, and then the IRIX really didn't. That faded. That faded badly. So 3 pretty good ones from the watch list. Again, it's a watch list. Doesn't mean you hop into the trade immediately. SMA. Always, it's the SMA, Elijah. Okay, SMA. Okay, Pixelworks. So many charts that look like this, you know, these small ones and just crawling back. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, sorry about that. All right, so what is happening with Bitcoin right now? GBTC, are we basing finally? A little bit of a base here. after the big descent from over the weekend, really. And how about MJ? How's the cannabis sector doing? Yeah, not doing too much, really. Haven't looked at U.S. Steel for a bit. Yeah, wow, what a run. What a great run for U.S. Steel. You know, with 200 million in the float, this has been just a tremendous run. Had a great week last week. Continuation. All right, PRVB, but I mean, guys, again, look how choppy these things can be. I mean, you know, it got up to 1965, back down to 19, back up. It's not quite a lifetime high. I guess the lifetime high is, I'm not sure where it is. I guess way back here. All right, guys. Okay, so did you see what happened here? Remember I was demonstrating how you can put with the MX and how you can put in a target if you want. So that's what happened. It hit the target price. Okay, and took me out of the trade. I had a target of, I put this 1850 just so you could see it on the chart. So it took me out at 1850. Now, of course, would you do that normally? In my opinion, no. You might have a target, but I mean, as it starts approaching it, and if it's trading well, in other words, it's, there'd be no reason to get out. You could start moving your target line up on the chart also. Okay. Well, I do see actually somebody in the our YouTube room mentioned GSAT, but unless you're the same person in both rooms, different pseudonyms. Okay. Okay, somebody else in the other room mentioned GSAT also. You never know. Well, in theory, your target would be 530. 40 cents, obviously. I mean, then it's a 4-to-1. IPOE, haven't seen that one today. Yeah, it's been, it had the huge day 3 days ago. Another one of those SPACs from Chamath. Yeah, I just think those are kind of dead for a while. These big. I mean, Mara's been okay. I shouldn't say that. I mean, Mara's been pretty good, but again, choppy, 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 choppy. Yeah, here you go. So I see additive is showing up here. ATIF is showing up here. China stock. There's that 200-day moving average. Can it hold over the 200-day moving average? That's the big question right now. I mean, it last about 2 weeks ago, I guess it got up to $2, 218. I don't see any specific. I do see. Yeah, okay. There is some news. Okay, I don't quite understand it. It says price an IPO of 5 million shares at $5 a share. There is some news on this right at 11 o'clock. Announces its client listing on NASDAQ Global Market. So, okay, I mean, there is some news. This is Quillian International Holdings will have an IPO. So maybe they've got a stake in that. That's, it's hard for me to completely read this press release, but yep, you do need a data subscription. Yes, you need live data. You need real-time data. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, I'm just looking at GBTC. GBTC looks like it is on the move here. ETF for the Bitcoin ETF. Yesterday's high was 39.70, so it's getting close. Let's see if it can break that and then start to fill in this void. If that's the case, then the Maras and the Riots of the world. Riot is lagging Mara for sure. Riot's only up 3%. Mara is up, I think it was up 8% last time I looked. 7.7% right now. And we just had a halt resume for QLI. This looks like China stock. This looks like it is an IPO today. QLI. Wow, this is, I didn't really see this earlier at all. Man, oh man, look at the halts it's had. Oh, I mean, this was halted at 8 in the 8s. It got halted here, 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 and even now, I'm looking at what the bid and ask are stacking up. Doesn't, not 100%. It's going to hold there, but it says 2020, $20. I didn't see this at all. Well, DPW, I mean, I can't tell you if it's garbage or not, but I know this is, yeah, in the past it's been a Bitcoin play, but look what it did. I mean, when Mara and Riot and all the other stocks, the crypto stocks were, soaring, this did nothing. So I don't know what to say. It's just not very interesting. So, guys, if I were really paying a lot more attention to things, I mean, these are just fantastic short opportunities. ATIF. I don't know, William, if you took the ATIF. I wonder why my Bollinger Bands aren't showing up again. Is that because? No, okay, it must be way outside or inside. But some great short opportunities. I just can't pay attention to them. Yeah, it's not holding too badly. ZOM is not holding too badly. All to do with pets. Some kind of pet monitoring system, I think. Okay, now this one could be interesting. Look at SNSS. Will this stall it? It's butting its head up against that 200-day moving average. 276, it's at 275. Will this stall it? Just drives me crazy. I see these things; they look really interesting, and then I look left, like the BSGM, and I look left, and there's the high is 549. I mean that can really, and right on that weekly chart. Sorry, the weekly chart, the same thing. So I mean, it could really stall it. If this weren't here, but this is not a great looking weekly chart. I mean, they've got some kind of a diagnostic platform. This is ZOM. Okay, so this is buying the stock ahead of the upcoming launch of its TrueForma point-of-care diagnostic platform for cats and dogs on March the 30th. So you can read all about it. And that's the ZOM. Just do a search on it, you'll see the news. Okay, so this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt now, this QLI. PRVB challenging that 20 level. So this is what I'm talking about. So there is the QLI. Got halted at 11:22:59. So had it been a 5-minute halt, you can do the math. So we are now at 11:29. So this could be a 10-minute halt. Man, what a crazy, crazy move. And this is, wow, this is, I'm looking at the bid ask now. Remember I said before it was 2020. Now it's 2289, 2289. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to hold, but okay, so this is what I use. I really haven't, been following IPO so much because of all these SPACs, but this is what I use. There are many websites out there, but this is what I use for IPOs. So this is what you'll see. So for instance, there's the KUKE. There's the QLI. Okay, so you just have to go to the calendar and you'll see the IPOs. You can see also, if you go back, you'll see all the recent IPOs. Okay. And it's always interesting to see. So what IPO? Okay, let's just take a look at the calendar right now. So okay, so we have one here tomorrow. This could be interesting. AFRM. Why? Morgan Stanley, Goldman, Allen. So it's always interesting to take a look to see who the big underwriters are. So there's AFRM. You can click on it and then you can find out, well, what do they do? No, not there, sorry. Buy now, pay later. We all like that. To traditional credit cards, okay. Whatever that means, okay. So you can check to see what the upcoming ones are. You can find out what they're about. Motorsports games, that could be interesting, gaming. It's a very, very little though. You can see how many shares are issued, the price, and so for instance, let's go back here. Well, the QLI, I mean, 5 million at $5. I mean, it's a crazy, crazy, crazy situation. I mean, it's going to open maybe at 25 now. And it just, no, I'm sorry. See, but this is what I'm talking. Look at all these SPACs. Anything you see that says ZNFAU, and they all open around $10. These are all these SPACs, guys. Basically, they're just looking at, again, just profile. Well, we don't even have it here, but blank check companies, looking for companies to merge with down the road. Towards the hot ones to merge with right now, trying to find anything to do with EV, electric vehicles, either the sector or the vehicle itself. Okay, so that did not hold. It did pop to 22, but it did not hold, and now it's halted on the way down. And one of the things, again, I always say it's a quirk because a lot of times an IPO will actually show up as a resume in our Halts resumes. Not all the time. I would say at least 90% of the time, though. So the first day it trades, it'll show up as a resume. So guys, today in our YouTube room at 12, between 12 and 1, you'll be entertained by Steve Gomez. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. So I think that, if you're interested in, getting into his thought process about how he picks the trades of the week, I want to show you something, kind of get you maybe even more interested. So I'm showing you this graph. So what we did was just as the pandemic was starting, we said, okay, what would have happened if you took every single trade of the week, if it triggered? By that I mean it would have to trigger on Monday or Tuesdays. When you get the email, there's always a suggested entry price. So if that suggested entry was met on Monday or Tuesday, then the trade was taken, it's for these statistics. And then, so if you put $10,000 into it and then exited it on Friday before the market closed, then did the same thing the following week and the following week, assuming that it triggered on Monday or Tuesday, your $10,000 would have turned into, that looks like around $27,000. Pretty impressive statistic for the trade of the week. So you can ask Steve all about his thought process, about how he picks the trade of the week. And that's a free service. All you have to do is click on, I'm going to tell you how you access the trade of the week. I had a question in our YouTube room. All right, so in order to access the trade of the week, just click on my home page. And get the trade of the week right there, all right? Well, we could change it, but I thought that, to give it time to maybe have a move, I think that's why. I mean, listen, it was just arbitrary to pick Monday or Tuesday. So, for instance, last week's trade of the week, even though it did very, very well, it didn't trigger until Thursday. This was last week's trade of the week, and it took till Thursday, and boy, did it ever pop. But, it was not going to be counted in the statistics. Now, the other thing, look at FUV as an example. So the trigger is 1580. Now, there's nothing saying that we're only Tuesday. I mean, this could drift right back down to the price. So in theory, by Friday, this could actually turn into a loss for our statistics. Now, anybody who took this trade yesterday, around the 1580 mark, I mean, you have to have made some profit on it. Okay, but we're just looking at pure stats. What would happen if? To make it very sort of almost automated, just to do it every week in that fashion. PXD. Your charting must be off, stick collector. Post market yesterday, the lows were around 131, so I don't know what you're seeing exactly. Certainly not $15. Not according to our charts, anyway. So you see how that worked. I took that trade at 1827. I put the stop at 1850 as a target. It took it out, drifted down now. That's in the simulator. So what I'm also going to do is I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes. So I want to put the YouTube feed in here. So to our YouTube room, and that's where Steve will be. Probably just a little bit before noon, Eastern time, of course. All right, this one just got halted. ACRX, look at this. ACRX just got halted. Look at the volume that came in. ACRX just got halted, and just looking to see if there's anything popping into the headlines. I don't see anything yet. And now this doesn't have a lot of room. ACRX does not have a lot. That's a horrible looking daily chart. Look how choppy it is. Yeah, today, right now, but it's got a lot of resistance maybe in this area. So I don't know what, I'm sure there's going to be some news popping in, because look at the volume that just came in. Yeah, okay, LMNL is actually on the move here. 565 was the alert, 585. And let's see, FDA approval, a plasma collection center. It's a Canadian stock, but it's somewhere in the States. That was the news. US-based plasma collection center. I think it was in New York. Yeah, Amherst, New York. The LMNL, guys, is really, yeah, this is jettisoning. Look at this. Look at the volume. They just came in LMNL. Looking left, I mean, the next high looking left is way up here at around $7. So these last three have done actually, you know, from the alert to the high, have done very well. The MX, let's see, 1831. Actually, the watch list has been pretty good today. You know, the SDC really hasn't moved. This one, yeah. Actually, the watch list has been very good today. All you have to do is to follow the watch list is click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Windows or My Watch List. Now, if you click on it now, first of all, remember everything in the channel bar is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. And then if you do, you will not see all the early ones. You'll probably just see the last alert. That's why you should load it before the market opens. Look at LMNL, just rippage here now. Severe rippage, as we call it. Next, why not? NCNA. Looks like this is a UK stock. Now, I always joke, guys, but I mean, a little geography lesson. You have to identify the flags of the world. I have to note to myself, when will that be available to all? I'll be at a marketing meeting at 2, so I'm going to ask the question. Okay, so you're talking about this tip rank. So, okay. Traders circulate tip ranks article titled, "These two penny stocks could surge over 300%. So that sounds, now there is a pump. That is definitely a pump. And it just opened, ACRX just opened. DNOW. Hank Kingsley. Okay, guys, so this one now is starting to recover. RDHL, they did a financing. The financing is at 784, so it's approaching the financing price. And that is RDHL. It actually got all the way down to 683. It's almost tacked on $1, getting close to the financing price. All right, kind of watching this one, but it's got to hold this 340. There's Pixel works. I mean, it had a huge pop after hours, up to almost $4. Just kind of watching this, see if it holds this area. Okay, this is this Rambus. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Look at the run it's had though. Over the last few months, 13 to 20. RMBS. Sorry, just a minute. Okay, John. That was the one when Elon tweeted something about Signal, as a new platform for private messaging and all, and people thought it meant this one, and that's why it went absolutely stupid from 49 cents all the way up to 71 cents. Mistaken symbol. So that's the reason. Crazy. Okay, give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. Yeah, look at the SPY now, guys. Wow, yeah, the SPY is really starting to drift down here. Now, Dow's negative, SPY's negative. Dow is, or the Nas is still a little bit up. All right, guys. Yeah, just a confirmation. It is going to be Steve in the YouTube feed. So our YouTube room starting at noon. We're going to put this in one more time. There's our YouTube room. I'll be taking a break in about, well, any time now, actually. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm just going to wait for Steve to start, and then I'll be taking my break. Give me a moment, please. Just trying to find something here. All right, guys. I was sort of checking out this PXLW. It doesn't look like it wants to hold here, so I'm going to maybe forget about it for a while. Maybe set an alert up here. It does have some room. Maybe later on in the day. It did get up to almost $4 after hours, so that's the PXLW. I just set an alert for around, looks like around 345 PXLW. The only reason is I'm just checking what it did after hours yesterday. Got up to almost $4. Okay, Steve is on. So I am going to, hi Steve, I'm going to stop my stream right now.
All right, great. I see my desktop there on the YouTube feed. Beautiful desert. Looks like, couldn't tell. All right, let me put that on mute. And hello to everybody that was with Barry. Hello to everybody that's coming in, looking for help, especially for demonstration purposes. I'll be here for the next hour. My name is Steve Gomez. I'm user number 3 of Trade Ideas. and been working for them also for about 5 or 6 years now. Being the first user doesn't hurt. But nonetheless, hello Mike, hello all the regulars. Hey, let me just start off by saying if there's anybody here, if you didn't realize it, there was a big hullabaloo with E-Trade. They had a thing called Strategy Scanner, and then they stopped offering it, and people are freaking out. They didn't realize that Trade Ideas was the engine that powered Strategy Scanner over at E-Trade. And so they're coming over here to us because E-Trade kind of cut them off, and they're using our standalone product now, and it's a little different than what it was embedded in the E-Trade module. So if anybody's in here from that group, by all means, let me know what you were trying to do before in the E-Trade strategy environment, how I can maybe transpose that for you over here into the Trade Ideas Pro application version, or even if the web version is what you're using. All right, hello everybody. Thanks for the welcomes. Hello Iris. So you guys know the drill. I mean, that's the question panel. I'll monitor that for any needed questions. We can look at market stuff. We can look at charts that you want to look at. We can look at trade ideas, scans, or how to set something up. Whatever you want to do. I'm going to check in on the market here real quick. Looks like I noticed this yesterday. Let me point this out. This is a 5-day rolling average on my 15-minute chart. It's a blue line. And the way you do that, look at this. It's my 130 period. So I've got 130 15-minute candles divided into 5 days. And so that gives me that blue line. And look at how the NASDAQ has been adhering to this level. Support back there, then it became resistance last week, broke through it and closed. We've been knocking on this support all morning here and a little bit of yesterday too. So I'm watching that. That's kind of curious. All that really does is just kind of tell me who's in momentary control. Are the sellers in momentary control, or are the buyers for the moment in control? And every now and then that happens to my charts, and I can't adjust them. Interesting. All right, Iris. I had so many scanners on E-Trade, I just can't even remember all of them. So Iris, I think you moved over before everybody else got shut off then. You were smart because you got a head start. The people who were over there just banging away and doing their thing, they probably had one strategy or two that worked really well for them. And as you guys all know, you're a trader and you have your comfort level. And when somebody tweaks your comfort level, it's no fun. It kind of upsets you a little bit. That's happened to me many times over the years, so I can relate, of course. There was one day where we used to come into the office and we were working on this trading platform, mind you, trading platform. So you had all the buttons and the pushes and everything was working great, and mouse clicks. And then they decided to go away from mouse clicks and go to hotkeys, and you had no choice. So all of us were like learning how to frickin' type, And people weren't happy, but we got over it. Let's see. The oil service has been the strongest sector of the day, too. I find that kind of curious. There's that respective 5-day moving average that's a little different looking in the S&P as it comes up to meet the price level there. We will see what happens. But the market's just kind of stuck in the mud here. It doesn't want to go higher. It doesn't want to go lower. That just seems like what it's been since Friday for the most part. Or maybe even Thursday. Don't know if some of you realize it, but we have a market holiday coming up on Monday, January 18th. Martin Luther King Day is always a market holiday. So if you didn't realize it, I'm happy to be the one to let you know you have a 3-day weekend coming up. Unless, of course, you like getting up early and doing all this all the time. Good question. All right, Jason, what helps you identify the trade of the week? Is there a scanner? Jason, if you're not coming to, or if you're not signed up for the Trade of the Week webinar, which will happen tonight at 5 p.m., I'm going to go over all of that, but I'm happy to kind of give a glimpse going forward. These two scans here are basically the same scan. I just have one that it's a go-to because most people like stocks under $25. So this is called the A table, and you can get a copy of that. I can drop a copy right here so you can play along at home. But this is the junior version. And what I mean by junior version is if we look at the configuration, we have a price filter in here at 25. So a lot of newer accounts, Robinhooders, smaller accounts, they gravitate towards the smaller price stocks. If a couple of weeks I'd come out with a trade of the week that was $190, and people would say, "Hey, that's a good looking chart," but a lot of us like to focus on stocks under $25, and so I agree, I understand, and so I created the A table, which was doing a lot of the Peloton, for instance, was an early one in April that it caught. We all know what happened over there. It's a good story. But I devised the junior to try and corral some smaller cap plays. And if you want to read more about it, email info@trade-ideas.com, and we've got that ebook on swing trading, and there's a whole chapter on it. But what I'm looking for, and again, this is just a top list scan, and this is what I'm going to do, a little teaser for the afternoon webinar. I'm going to go through the A-Table Junior, much like I would be doing on a Friday afternoon, looking for ideas that might make the short list for the actual trade of the week. And then I'll kick around some ideas with the guys on Saturday, and so what do you think about this one, and maybe get a little bit of a consensus, but ultimately I make the decision and I write it up. What I'm going to do today is we're going to go through these. All right, let's focus on the daily chart here as I go through here. That is not bad, quite honestly. All right, what I'm looking for is anything up here near the top of this scan in the darker green. These are going to have high short floats, meaning there's a lot of short sellers in there. And when the short sellers are wrong, they can help really. Yes, Fred, I'm in POW. I sold half at 5. I'll show you that. Yeah, $5, $5.99. You can see there's a sale right there. That was me selling some POW at 5 in another account. I'm managing 4 accounts at once. It's kind of fun sometimes. But yes, I'm letting this one work for me beautifully. But back to the A-table scan and back to Jason's question. What helps you identify the trade of the week? Is there a scanner? So yeah, we drop the scanner and then I go through. I start at the top. And what I'm looking for is consolidation. That has my interest. That does not have my interest. It's already making a new high. It's breaking out. 2 green candles is not something I want to look at. 2 green candles is not something I want to look at. Interesting, but not really compelling. No way am I going to chase that. That seems to be a bit tired. So I'm going to go through today. We're going to go through all these scans, and I'm going to tell you ahead of time what I'm looking for. And then at the end, we'll just kind of see if everybody has the same eye, and we'll do a little poll and see if you guys picked up on the top 2 or 3 that I secretly told myself I liked. And we'll play a little game. I came up with that concept yesterday. So that, Jason, will, if you're able to catch the live webinar this afternoon, we're going to go really in depth into it. If not, you can catch the replay tomorrow on our YouTube channel. But essentially, I'm just going through this scan. Now, what happens if there's nothing on this scan and I don't like anything? Well, then I have to start reverting to other ideas. All right, this is another scan similar to the A table, but not quite the same. And some of these things are, they're actually all under 30 today, which is nice. So I have some back. Ooh, that's actually very interesting. I like that. I like that a lot. Why do I like that? Well, the trend is up. We can see that. 50-day moving average, really nice. Nice support there. Got ahead of itself. All right. Came back, and it's starting to, do that little isometric single line geometric pattern. It's painting itself into a corner, in other words. This is what I see. I see price playing the game of wedge. And when we have a wedge like that, typically it's going to be a resumption of the original direction, which is up. Not as often do we see things come out like that. It doesn't say that they don't happen, because they do happen, but resumption of the presiding trend is usually the case of price action coming out of consolidation, tight range, wedge, ascending triangle, whatever you want to call them, flagging patterns. They're all kind of the same family in my book. So that would be like a secondary scan I'm going to. And then if that one doesn't work, what was the one I found this weekend? It was a short list, Angie. Okay, Angie, all right. What Angie's list looked like to me on Friday was this. I like these types of entries as well, Jason. This is a much better risk-reward entry because these people have all suffered the pain and the pullback, and they're probably coughing up their shares down here at a level that makes sense. In this case, the level that makes sense is the 50-day moving average. And I loved what happened here. The wick, the reversal wick down almost to the 200-day and then closing right at and above the 50-day. Well, that was found on a scan that I have called pullback to the 50. And this is what pullback to the 50 would look like. So I have all these scans. You see how the things, they don't all look the same, but many of them have pulled back in the last 5 days. And it's the same thing. That looks, I'm in this one. You can see that CDE actually. It's a silver stock. Glad to see it on here. These are all going to basically have 3 or 4 day pullbacks and hopefully above a certain moving average. This is an interesting chart. It might get interesting in a couple more days when this line comes up to catch it, because I think I have an example for you. Look at that. I do. Look at what this stock did when it did that. Sideways, sideways, sideways. 10-day moving average comes up to catch it. So when you see things making noise like that on the CHEK, I might have to just come in and put an alert in there if I wanted to, but this still might be a couple days shy of moving higher. So Jason, there's no one right answer to these. It's just a couple of my go-to scans. That's a mess. That's a mess. I'm just looking for what I know I like, and that is the hard part. That's not bad, honestly. Big pullback, consolidate, consolidate. So I can share this one as well because I have a feeling somebody might ask for a pullback to the 50. If you're currently typing, you can stop because I'm going to drop it. And there you go for that cloud. All right. Fred, you piqued my interest on POW. How's POW doing? It's doing really well. $5 is a big psychological level. That's why I sold it at that level in one of the accounts. I still have it in the other 2 accounts. This is one where the story started to be confirmed by the chart. A friend of mine came to me, I believe it was like back here, and he said, hey, keep an eye on this one. And I looked it up, and it's an ammunition company, and I think we all know ammunition's in very short supply right now, and this company is just beefing up, quadrupling their factory size. And I said, oh, this is interesting. It's hanging on there. Look at that. You see that blue line? That was me getting in. All right, this is how long I've been in POW, Fred. Okay, 2 more days of data. We're playing the time machine game here, as I call it, you guys. What was I thinking at the time? This is the data that I had to work with. You can see I entered on this day right there. I'm okay on this day. I'm still okay here because this is my key average, my 10-period moving average. I do not want to see a closing price below that. They tried here and they tried here, but they didn't. So all systems are still go. Uh-oh, look at that. They tried. It was a good day, a 3rd day, still above that 4th day. They tried to shake me out, and they didn't, because I want to see how the candle closes at the end of the day. I have gotten out of way too many good trades because intraday, the price action breaks down and violates that 10-day moving average. But it's called a 10-day moving average, not a 10-day intraday moving average. I just came up with that. So that means I want to wait till the end of the day if I can. Sometimes it's not easy, but sometimes you just got to turn around and walk away and say, I'm not going to make a decision on this trade until the end of the day. And at the end of the day, look at that. I got my close back above the 10-day. I stayed in. Next day, flirted with me, but closed above. Next day, kind of put me on warning. It closed below the 10-day moving average, but my thought was, all right, well, we're close enough to the 20-day. We're going to use this as a backstop. Not that bad of a trade yet. Using that day as a backstop served me well. Served me well again another day coming forward, almost back to my entry price. Close to the entry price, and then it all was confirmed on this day right here. Whatever this day was, volume came into the stock, blew out and took out that prior high. I don't really care where it closed. I'm not a trader in this one. I'm more of a swing trader investor. I'm trying to wait for the bigger move. So there was that day. I believe that was Friday, was it? No, that was Thursday. Wednesday. Friday. Follow through. Thursday. Friday. Red candle, but still back above the averages. Yesterday, kind of came back to life and closed near highs and started making some noise after hours. And now we're just off to the races. These are the kind of charts that when you've been in here since this point, you don't rush to get out immediately. I mean, I sold a little bit in one of the accounts, but sometimes, I made the mistake of getting out of my favorite trade that I was in, an X. I'd been sitting in it for so long, By the time I did this back here, I got out and I left all that on the table. So that's what I'm trying to avoid this time. It seems like this trade in POW, which by the way, don't jump into this. It's already moved. I'm trying to talk to you about what I see before they move. So as I was saying, the chart was beginning to confirm the story, and the chart has definitely confirmed the story now. All right, Walt, thank you for the compliment. We have 5 different guys that do these afternoon sessions, and my session is always on Tuesday. And we all kind of talk about the market and teach stuff a little differently. But that was a good question that Jason asked, so I just been kind of riffing off Jason's question there for the last 15 minutes. A revenue increase in POWs, is that what you're saying? I don't have the news up in front of me. But the chart is confirming any good news that's coming out as we see. Look at this volume. Relative volume today, 3.65. Current volume, the 1 minute as compared to this 1 minute going back 10 days in POW, doing 8 times normal 1 minute volume. Where's my, I have to clear this out. Where's my 5 minute volume? There's my 5 minute volume. 5 minute volume is doing 6 times normal. And 1 minute volume is doing 5 times normal, my bad. We blasted through the psychological barrier of 5. The point is getting out of these things too soon, you'll just beat yourself up. I'm telling you, you will. Let me tell you another one I got out of way too soon, and I beat myself up. You just can't help it. You're human. It's what we do. UAVS had been positioned in this one for a while, and got out some here and got out of the rest of it here. So it's no fun when you don't have any residual trailing shares to continue working for you. So I try. The way some of these things have been trading recently, and when I try to stay in these things and let them ride, which is another good point. Intraday, I'm using the 10 intraday 15-minute candle here, and you can see that 130 candle I talked about, the 5-day moving average coming up behind. But this is the real momentum line. Once something is in momentum and looks like this on a daily chart, if you go to the 15-minute chart, and this is why I only use a 15-minute chart, not anything else, the 10-period simple moving average literally acts as a guiding hand. There was a nice spike down to that level and right up. And right now it's so darn strong, it doesn't even want to touch the 10. It's just completely repelled by it. So it's just telling me this thing is stronger than strong, and this is what strong stocks look like in the moment. In a perfect world, I would love to see this thing finish on highs, and then the follow through that I get tomorrow, ideally, that's when I would start taking profits. The Johnny-come-latelys that are looking at this at the end of today, saying, oh, I got to get into this thing and chase it. I would like to be the one who is selling to the chasers. So it's about identifying good setups, positioning, anticipating, maybe even doubling once you see a confirmation, take your full load, and then participate. And when I mean participate, that means don't jump out too soon. So I'm saying this thing could be setting up for the perfect trade for me, which is what I call a day and a half. Day number 1 is today, assuming we get continuation, or at least if we closed right here at 520, I'd be okay with that. Close near highs with a giant green candle. Everybody's going to come rushing in tomorrow. A very good chance you're going to get a gap up. The best ways to participate in a gap up are already being in them. And then once that gap up comes and the bell rings and the chasers start buying, I'm already starting to flip my hat within an hour of being the seller to dish out to what they want so badly. And they will likely regret chasing. Did you make the pullback to the 50? No, we made that, Walt. Andy made that. I've also got one pullback to the 20, but what you see on that one are going to be some overlaps between the 20 and the 50. Where did you go? I'm losing my pullback to the 20. There it is. Oh, that's what happened. I closed. That's okay. I closed the other one instead of minimizing it. Pull back to the 20 is going to give us some similar type stuff. That's not bad right there. Consolidation. That's not bad right there either. Look at that. Blue Knight Energy. Ooh, crude oil. Crude oil is strong today. There's our oil service sector. BKEP. This is not bad. It's a small stock. It hasn't done much volume though. But that's not a bad look, and I like that. 2 days of harsh pullback. And this is probably the dig-in day right there. I can share this one with you as well. Pull back to the 20 is what this one's called. Yes, Roxana, I trade solely off chart and price action. I also like to see what the sectors are doing. I mentioned this thing here a second ago. Retail, energy, they're at the highs. What's low? Ooh, solar's taking a hit today. Gold miners are taking a hit. So I will look at sectors as well. I'm not a news junkie. I don't like to trade off of news or earnings. As long as the chart looks good. I honestly don't like trading the crazy volatile stuff either. That's just not my forte. I like to slow things down and surf the market in a slower fashion. Okay. Ed, you're welcome. Jose, you're welcome. Are you using the SMA 15 on the 15? No, I'm using the 10 SMA, Sam. Okay. So let's go back to, okay, here's OIHs right here. Just throwing it out there, just as an example. The last candle touched the 15, but it didn't boost. This one breached the 10 period SMA, but it's back into play. This is why I also wait for the 15-minute candle to close on my chart before I make a trading decision. You can see there it is. The 10 SMA is all I'm using there. I mentioned the 130 earlier, different animal. Look at that. Look at how the OIH has found that 5-day moving average in blue there. And again, you guys, all I'm doing for that blue line, which has been showing itself oh, look at this. The NASDAQ couldn't hold the blue line. Now it's broken. Now the sellers are in control, if you will, in terms of what I think of what's going on until that blue line is taken back above. So buyers put up a stand there and then it broke. But again, all you have to do is create a new indicator, simple moving average, and then give it 130 periods, and that will give you the 5-day moving average on a 15-minute perspective. But the question from Sam is are you using the SMA 15 on the 15? I mean, it's a 10-period SMA, so you saw that. It's a 10-period SMA. Let's check in with POW, because at some point today, POW is going to touch that 10-period SMA. Well, it already did down here, and you can see it blasted right off that line very convincingly. Yes, I can share. I'll get to that question. I've got to back up here. But do you have an opinion on LMNL? Somebody asked me that, I think, yesterday. It's probably you in the, I think it was probably you in the webinar. Looking better today. Nice gap up, and look at what we're seeing here. It looks like the AI traded this. So traded it up, and then it's back to flat here. But let me just point something out. Notice the AI has a 485 stop here. I would not use that. What would I use? What we've been talking about, the 10 trailing 10 SMA. So if one of these candles rolls over, if this candle right here closes in 8 minutes and looks like that, and the candle closes and a new candle starts to draw, that's your out. Don't waste time waiting for this to come in. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. This looks like it does have a lot of momentum behind it, but you can see, as I've been preaching about it, it's literally trying to hold that line right there. It's trying to hold it. Okay, so to Roxana, I can share the sector ETF, but let me give a little lesson here on how to use it. Oh, wasn't you? All right, somebody else was interested in that one, Ed. Cool. Okay, step one, Roxana. You need to create tools. You need to create a symbol list. All right. Notice you go create new list, and I called mine ETF. In ETF, we have 32 symbols. You see all those ETFs? Those are all the symbols that are in this scan. So what I will do is I'm going to have to give you these because otherwise you won't know. So I will put those, I've done it before, I'll just put those in the chat. Once you've created your folder, call it ETF with those symbols, you're good to go. Now, if you don't know what these symbols mean, when I give you the scan, look, you just scroll over here to the company name, and it tells you bank, retail, oil, silver, Russell 2000. So that's your cheat column over there. So this is really just a simple scan, a shell, I mean to say, with the right columns. So I'll copy the cloud link. And we'll call that the sector scan shell. There it is. Now, Roxana and anybody else that's following along here, here's how you tie it all together. Once you've opened up that scan, it's going to be empty. The way you get the contents in there is the configure, go to symbol list, come over here to this button, add existing list, which you created. You created that list called ETF, and find it. Click on it, and there you go. You see what I put a checkbox in ETF. It changes the focus of this scan to only those symbols. Now, I don't have any filters or scans or alerts. They're just in there. And all I do is I double click, change from the close. I can tell who's strong and who's weak today. So I'm in a particular stock called EGY. I've been waiting for this thing to do something. It's doing something. And I've got confidence today that I'm going to ride my 10-period moving average. Oil service, crude petroleum, natural gas. All right, everything lines up. My chart is confirming the sector is strong. My intraday is not really doing anything to make me panic. It's following that line. I'm going to probably ride this thing up, maybe settle a little bit at the close if it closes strong, because it has had a big day here. If I want to wait for too many more of these green candles, I might start shooting myself in the foot. So I'm probably going to sell at least half of this, maybe on this next push here. After we're done with the webinar, if we get up into the 220s, 225, 226, I might sell half of that one. But our sector list that we just dumped in there is confirming that I should be staying in my EGY trade. Jason, what was your thought with the short float? Okay, good question. So he's going back to the A table. Let's look at PRTS here for a second. Car parts. Sometimes it's even fun to put the story in. COVID, right? Parts.com, you're doing stuff at home, you're fixing things by yourself, you're buying your parts online. Story's there. And as I said earlier, stock is kind of interesting. It's basing here, and it popped up, and it's kind of consolidating. And what do you know? It's literally up since we last looked at it. But here's where it gets interesting, and this is why it's at the top of this scan with a darker color. It's a great question again, Jason. Two things. Float, shares. How many shares do we have in the float? 37 million. Not a lot. Of those 37 million, 39% of them are on the opposite side of the fence, thinking this thing is going to go lower. So the brokerage reports, which comes out 2 times a month, shows that PRTS not only has a low float of shares, but almost 40% of these fools are wrong. They're looking like they're about ready to be wrong. And if that's the case, here's a wonderful opportunity for us to anticipate a move, position ourselves, and then participate in it. Because if these guys are wrong, they're probably looking at each other as we speak right now, wondering who's going to start covering first. And what does covering means? It means buying. And when they're buying, they're competing with other people who are seeing this thing break out. So it becomes a perfect storm of buying. That's what the short float is. And guess what? What a perfect segue to the trade of the week this week. FUV had a really nice day yesterday. I would dare call it a bit of a short squeeze day yesterday, because on this day back here, they were put on notice. All right. Then the next day, they thought, short sellers, that is, thought, we got control of this thing. Well, the minute that was taken out, right about here, the short sellers probably are starting to panic. They can't get a pullback now, can they? I don't think this thing is done. As long as things stay healthy out there in the bigger picture, this is probably the shallowest pullback they're going to get, or the deepest pullback they're going to get. And if they want to get out and stop the pain, again, trading is about emotions and pain. It's greed and fear and pain. Right now, they're in fear and they're feeling pain. If this thing runs back to highs, they're probably going to say, screw it, get me out. And they're going to compete with everybody else who wants to go along and play the momentum. That's what we call a short squeeze. And that's why I like to focus on the A table, the ones that are at the top. The cream has risen to the top, where these are the people that might be in the biggest trouble if these markets continue to squeeze them. Oh boy, look at where MIK bounced today. right at my moving average line. So this is why I don't have 19 different indicators going on my charts. I like to keep it clean and simple. Literally, simple moving averages. So I hope that helps your good question, Jason, because that's the theory behind it. That was also the theory in Peloton way back in April, and they worked themselves out of those shorts. A lot of those COVID stocks back in the spring and summer were held by big short sellers, and then once the entire paradigm flipped on its head, and you wanted to buy Zoom Media, and you wanted to buy DoorDash, and some of these other companies that became beneficiaries, the short sellers were just really squeezed over the summer. All right, good to know that question helped. And Roxana, if you have any trouble building the sector layout there at that two-part step, just let us know. I can go through it again. I'm in another one of interest. This one's bugging me a little bit. TGB. I've been in this one, as you can see, since back here. Well, it's like my average price, really. I've averaged into it. Got ahead of itself, found the 10-day moving average, held it for just a week on end, got ahead of itself. Really tried to plunge me out yesterday, but I'm not getting out. Held the 20-day moving average. I call that my backstop. So my backstop held. If my backstop doesn't hold today and we start to bleed back down, then I'm going to get a little nervous and I'll probably sell this one, because this is no man's land down here and I might have to protect some profits. So there's no more backstops holding that one up for me. This one actually doesn't look bad. I might actually say this one might be an interesting entry, but I'm not a qualified person to say that. This is Smith & Wesson, all right? Guns, ammunition. So there's something going on over there. Maybe it has something to do with all the military in our streets right now. But what do I see here? This thing had a beautiful 2-day move, got way ahead of itself and tried to push people out. Look at that. 10-day moving average, literally to the penny. But here's what I'm seeing now. I'm seeing the world's biggest wedge, like we looked at earlier. What would one want to do if they didn't want to just jump in right here, but maybe wait and participate? Well, you know, you could wait till today's high, or you could maybe just, you might want to just wait till today's high, but keep an eye on this one. This one is, it's on my radar, and I'm also in it. You can see I added to it this morning. That's an ad right there. Had a good morning, pulled back, and I added to it right on the 130 level. Sure, Sam, the A-table junior is the same as the A-table, but it just has a price cap of 25. I think that was the one I did share earlier. I just didn't label it correctly. They're one and the same. It's just one stops at the price of 25, which I think a lot of people do like. Here's what you could do with the Swabi, Chemo Swabi. You got to give these stocks good pet names. You use our price alert feature. You right-click in the chart, right there at highs. Create a price alert. I don't need any notes. I know what I'm thinking. Now, as you can see on the daily chart, if this thing breaks back above that blue line, it's probably starting to show and tip its hand on what side of this wedge it wants to resolve itself. And as I said earlier, it's usually the prevailing direction. So I have a strong feeling that Smith & Wesson here is going to break out of this wedge, if not today, maybe tomorrow, and hopefully continue. This would not be a chase in my book. If I was talking to you guys right here and saying, I love Smith & Wesson, I shouldn't be allowed to do these webinars because I'm giving people some false bad hope there. Never want to chase. Here's a rule of thumb. Let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green candles on the daily chart, and you want to enter now. You're literally just asking for the pullback. So why not be the one who waits for all those people that chased it to be in pain? Look at that. If you just wait for the gap fill and wait for that 10-period moving average, you got an opportunity to take the pain off their hands and force them to be upset. Yes, please go over the sectors again. Which part do you mean, Roxana? You've got to, once you've opened that window, And in Tools, Symbol List, remember you had to make your folder. And I dropped all those symbols in there, so you'd have to copy and paste those symbols into a blank folder here, so it looks like that. And then once that's set up, inside of our scan, before that, okay, so if you mean before that, you have to create a new list right here. And I suggest just call it sector or ETF. You give it the name you want. I called mine ETF. And then once you see it in there, if you double click on it, you can open it up. And this is where you would drop in all of these. All right, I'll copy and paste them again so you don't have to scroll back. So all of those symbols need to go into, oh, it didn't translate that well that time. That's weird. If you scroll up, there's a space in between them. Oh, no, I guess it didn't. Oh, well. Now, that's really all you have to do in that module. In the scan module, when you open up that cloud, it's going to be empty. So you have to go to Configure. You have to go to this tab, Symbol List. How do I create the actual sector window? Okay, so the actual sector window is this one right here. You have to, I'm going to show you. Copy all, paste, and then when you paste it, click on that link. And this is where it will take you. All you have to do is say, oh, okay, there it is. This is what you need. I assume that you knew how to do the cloud feature. So copy what you see in that address, and then File, Load from Cloud. And when you do File, Load from Cloud, you will notice it's already there for you. So all that's left for you to do is click Load. And there you go. And I've already got a duplicate. So that's how you get the scan part up. The shell. I'll call it the scan shell. And from there, you right-click and go to Configure. And this is where you tie it all together. You go to Symbol List, and then Add Existing List. When you click Add Existing List, you should see the folder that you created. And then just enable it, and then check it. If you need more help, you can email info@trade-ideas.com and request, to have me help you finish it. But that should do it. I understand that you missed the cloud portion of how to bring up a scan that we're sharing here. So hopefully that helped. If it didn't, let me know. I'll move on here. Sam, the symbols pasted have to be broken up. Yeah, that was weird the way they pasted. I thought they had spaces in them before when I've done that before. It's odd that they did it that way. Or you can just take a screenshot of my open scan here, and you can just jot them down, if you can't get them to paste correctly. But that should work. Somebody's telling me to look at POW. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, it's missing. Okay. I know it's. You kept turning your head to monitor a stock. That's what traders do, Roxana. Okay, Dom. I've been holding on. Okay, so Dom, you asked me, what are your thoughts on Home? Probably close to Angie. Angie's List. Home. It's looking really good now. It's looking really good if you're long. Doesn't look really good to jump in because it kind of fits what I was just saying a minute ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7 out of 9. Those are still up. It doesn't matter if they're red candles. Not the kind of thing you want to take an entry in. All right. If you're already in it, then look left. Look left. Look left. Okay. That might be an area right there. 20, 2290, 2275. If you're riding this thing out and you're looking for an area to start making some sales, that's your spot. If you're looking to get into this thing, you're just waiting for this rising moving average to pick up the price. And wherever these two meet, that's your crossroads. That's the place you would want to take a secondary stab at it. You've been holding, okay, so I didn't see that. You've been holding for a while, booked some profit. Now I'm tempted to book some profit. So let's dig a little deeper in Dom's situation. Pass, pass. There's no reason to get out right now. Once I've got that feeling that you have, meaning I am tempted to book some profits. Well, once you've got that feeling and you're tempted to book some profits, it doesn't go away very easily. So the only thing that you can do is look left, and as I said, anticipate that move up there that we saw resistance around 2270, I think. Or you can play the trailing stop game, but you're playing the trailing stop game using a closing 15-minute candle. So if this thing 2 candles later rolls over and the 15-minute candle expires and you actually did close under this line that's been supporting it today, that's your out. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to maximize, you're trying to look left and maximize what the potential to reach up and get could be, but you also don't want to leave too much on the table. You don't want to cut yourself off too short either. So that's why you would use a candle that closes below the rising 10 period moving average here on this 15-minute perspective. So you're trying to get the best of both worlds. Right now it's telling you, yeah, charge. Let's go get 2270. And maybe you can get it. Again, we look left. It's not out of the realm of possibility. The first line of defense is probably going to be right about here. Let's call it 22. Let's call it 2235. Because these wicks, you got 3 or 4 wicks that didn't really want to get above 2235. Maybe you have sellers that are going to jump in before these wicks back here. So what I do is I just pop in a price alert, or actually in this case you're taking a profit. Just go into your broker, pop in, sell, limit order, 2235. Turn your head, go have breakfast, and sometimes those are the sweetest rewards a trader can get, is when you've identified a level that's higher by looking left, putting your order out there and letting them come to you and get it. There's just something extremely satisfying about that. Somebody's asking me about what to do with POW, and I'm saying I'm not getting out. I want to see what tomorrow brings, any follow through, and I want to fade out of that follow through tomorrow. All right, actually, I think we're caught up here on questions that need to be addressed. Let's take a look at the market. What's happening over there? All right. Bit of a breakdown and bounce back up. Okay, so the SPYs lost their 5-day moving average in blue. Interesting. Back here, they kind of held it. So here's what happened. SPYs broke their 5-day average, bounced back up, and look at that. There's some selling going on here underneath it. So is this now flipping as well? Did this just flip from supporting the buyers to now supporting the sellers? Again, I kind of use this line as a pivot between who's in control. This is the NASDAQ from yesterday, this morning, blip, lost control. So now the sellers kind of have the upper hand. That's probably a better way to put it. Not control, but upper hand, which I guess is one and the same. Yeah. Watch this. Yeah, take another half. And then we'll just let the remaining quarter do whatever it does. But that's just one account. I've got 2 other accounts that I haven't done any sales in. That's impressive. All right, I'm going to stick around in the other two accounts and see what tomorrow brings. I have a feeling, though, this might start to bring Smith & Wesson into play a little bit more. It's creeping. And you can see Smith & Wesson has been holding this 5-day average here midday for a couple hours. Let's see what some of my silver stocks are doing. I've been taking a beating in silver. It's not all rosy over here all the time. These are some not good losers. Wow, this one just blows my mind. And then gold. Oh, geez. Gold stock. Okay, so I think this thing is on its way. Not happy about this at all. This is my biggest loser. But this right here is what we call a gap. And I'm looking left now, not to take profits, but I'm looking left to try and manage risk. And a lot of times you've heard the term, the stock just wanted to fill the gap. And since our trade markets are now run by algorithms and machines and bots, they like to have price targets. They like to have something to go tag, so they can go tag it, and then they can shuffle and reverse their algo. So we're getting pretty darn close to filling the gap down here. If not, maybe you've just done it. We'll see. But this is the area that I've resigned myself that I'm going to have to sit. I'm not getting out because I've already told myself this is not a trade. This is more of an investment. I wanted to get some exposure to gold. So it appears in hindsight, what was looking good for me back here has gone sour. But now I just need to kind of look at the bigger picture and see that this thing has been trading in a range. And I would be a fool to get out here. That would not be smart. Probably kick myself. So I'm just going to let the other winners try and pay for some of the bad losers at the moment and see how that works itself out. Don't forget about OLN. I have forgotten about OLN. Chlorine, man. What do they do? Okay, so they make gun components. So they're a function of guns and ammo, huh? Well, if that's the case, that chart seems to be happy for the most part. All right. So it's okay, so it's oil and chemicals. I was getting all ahead of myself. So it's part of the OIHs then, I would imagine. All right, Roxana, you're welcome. This is why we do it. Guys, when you say, can somebody call me? And we say, we don't really call. There's not much we can do on the phone, but we can talk here, and I can show you here, and you can tell me what you need, and it's a much better way to get people in the direction they want. Yeah, it seemed to me like all that stuff was for ammunition, all that chemical stuff. OLN, chloride, alkalis, and chlorine manufacture. The guts of ammunition. Epoxy. Learn something new every day. Yeah, I know. Ego. Ego is bruising my ego badly. Jeez. That's unfortunate. All right, guys. Oh, WWR. I was in that one in the past. Let's see how it's doing now. Westwater. It's not doing a whole lot. I'll tell you when I was in it back here when it was looking really cool, when it was breaking out and moving sideways and picking up my moving average. Oh, yeah, I was loving this. And then I remember this day right here. I should have sold. Oh, I should have sold that day. I didn't. I still didn't sell. And then I said, oh, jeez, get me out. I haven't been in since. So it's always fun to go back and look at how they did that. Not much to think about there on WWR. I think you're just anticipating here. You're going to literally probably want to set a price alert right there for WWR. And if that price alert gets taken out, then take note of what the relative volume is and how things look. I've also got some of this on another account in case the market does decide to crash. The VIX, which is people buying insurance in the S&P 500. The put call. VIX measures the amount of puts being purchased for portfolio insurance. People who are long and have big portfolios but don't want to sell their underlying position, they can take available cash and start selling, buying puts or selling calls in the options market of the S&P index. And if the S&P crashes and breaks, they'll make money to offset the losses their other stocks would incur, and that's what you call a hedge. Oh, Cliff. Yeah, Cleveland Cliff. That's the same thing that happened to me in X. I was also in Cleveland Cliff way back here and got out way too soon. And then just watched it have a giant secondary move. There's something going on in steel, that's for sure. There's a big shift in steel, obviously. My guess, and I was just way too early and I got out way too soon. We're done buying China steel. That's it. That's all I have to say. They're on their own. We don't need them. All right, guys, another 5 minutes or so, then Barry's going to come back in. So it's been a pleasure, but if there's something you've been sitting on that you wanted me to talk about or ask, you want to do it now. Hey, might not have been a bad idea to sell that other half in that other account, but I'm going to be patient. I think this is going to resolve itself. And I mean, when you long this thing in 3 different accounts, I mean, you got to take some off the table somewhere. Okay, so Sweetie B says OLN pretty much owns Winchester brand. Okay, interesting. Oh, Fub stopped you out? What happened? What's going on over there? Let's see. Trade of the week, Fub. I got in last week, got stopped out. I'm sorry to hear that. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. I know it very well. Tell you what I did with Ride last week. I got out of Ride last week. I got out of Ride on this day right here because I wanted to lock. I had a great entry down here. I wanted to lock in profits. I hated the selling that was coming in. I wanted to trim some things before the weekend, so I got out of Ride just in time for the trading gods to mock me yesterday. I know the feeling. It won't be the last time that it happens to you nor me. The A table, do you keep everything the same that week? I haven't changed the A table configuration in months. There's nothing I've done to this. So, what I gave you, I don't have any plans on tweaking or changing. Yep, somebody playing off my pain. I know exactly who that is. That's a shared account we trade. All right, guys, let's see. Anything else? It never stops, Dom. I was telling Andy the other day, I go, I can't believe that I just got out of that trade in the middle of the day because something spooked me. And sure enough, just like I said, every time I get out of these things in the middle of the day because of a downdraft, I wind up regretting it by the close. So that's why I try to wait till the close before I make my decisions. What am I keeping? What am I getting into? What am I selling? All right, guys, I'm letting Barry know we're about to end here. He's probably getting ready to come back on. So I guess that's all we're going to do today. We're going to do more this afternoon in my webinar talking about the A table. Might even have a fun, well, we are going to have a fun little exercise. I'll know which ones I like, but we'll go through all of them together and see if you guys picked up on the ones that you thought I might have liked. Maybe try and help train your eye to start seeing things. You're welcome, Dom. Not a problem. We love helping. It's not an easy thing to do. You make mistakes. You learn from them. Try to make the next mistake cheaper. Learn from that. Keep an eye on that SWBI, guys. I mean, I don't usually give recommendations a lot, but don't lose sight of this one. Don't lose sight of this one. With all the stuff going on with guns and ammo right now, and the way this chart looks nice and consolidated, don't lose sight of that one. All right, guys, I'm going to stop broadcasting. Looks like Barry has started, so I will see you all on the next time. Bye.
You know, guys, tomorrow I am going to concentrate on trying to, if I can, I mean, tugged in a lot of different directions, but start shorting some of these SPACs, these pops. There's another one that is on the move here. And I'm talking about the SOAC. Yeah, it's being pointed out to me several times, but when it hits $1, I'll be interested. Lots of volume coming in. I mean, it's a huge move, yes, 46%. I just can't get too enthused until it breaks $1. I know I'm giving up big percentages, but just the way I am. Solo guy. Now Solo is making a little break here over that whole number 8. Some volume coming in. Solo. Just a minute, please. All right, I'm just going to be doing my video pretty soon. Actually, it's only 12:58, so within about 5 minutes, I'll do my video. Look at Solo, guys, on the move here. Solo. Let's look left here. What do we see? 815 and 798. You know, this has got a little bit of room, guys. I mean, it started to pick up yesterday along with, of course, the FUV. You know, Solo and FUV used to kind of trade in tandem. Just looking here for some highs, but you know, I mean, this could get really interesting if it can just hold over 8 and start to get some volume. Keep that volume going. That's a lot of volume, 30 million, so it's traded half the float so far. 3.3 times normal. It's obviously it is severely lagged FUV. FUV I think has more following to it, but you know, in the old days, I mean, Solo was trouncing FUV. It was kind of the laggard, but now Solo is definitely lagging FUV. And it's a Vancouver company, so that's kind of a special place in my heart for it. I've seen their little vehicles; they're kind of amusing. If I thought they'd give me one of their sports cars, I would. I'm kidding, of course. I'm completely kidding. I shouldn't say that. All right, guys, it is now 101, so I'm going to do my video now and just put the announcement in. All right, guys, and if you want to subscribe to the videos I do every day, okay, and just click on my homepage link, and I think it's the second one in. Yeah, right here. Trading room recap. Look at a cam going, guys. ACAM. So right here. Okay, guys, I'll see you around 125, probably sooner. But I always say that in case I have some technical issues while I do the video. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room recap for Tuesday, January the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Any questions you may have for me, you can use this email address. This is a link to get into the free room, 100% free. You do not have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in our free room. Room is open Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. And in the email you're getting, you will see a link to my homepage. On my homepage, you will see a way in which you can take out a subscription with a promo code. You'll see a link to the trade of the week. You'll see links to all the scans that I'm sharing. And you will also see a lot of training links, okay, including the 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace. So actually, I had a very slow trading day for me. I found the market kind of, well, in fact, look at this, very choppy. There was the pre-market with the SPY. It started to move down, popped up, came back down. Now it's moving back up again. So not seeing a lot of super trend. I mean, listen, there are obviously stocks that are trending, but just didn't see a lot of super trends. I want to have you take a look at this one. Now, if you don't know ZOM, you're not going to believe from where it came. Let's see if I can get the monthly chart up here. I don't even need a monthly chart. Look at this weekly chart, guys. So ZOM, back here on, well, that's about a year ago. No, I'm sorry. That is November of last year. This was a 6-cent stock. Even last week, I mean, let's not even go that far back. Let's just go last week. This was a 25-cent stock. So they've got something to do with pet monitoring, cats and dogs monitoring, okay? And so when it broke over $1, it didn't quite make it yesterday. If you take a look at it, let's say, take a look at it on the daily chart. Didn't quite make it. It broke, it hit $1.01, but it closed right here at 93. I woke up this morning and there it was, over $1. So the bottom line is that I did end up taking, and here is the pre-market right here. That's that sort of pink area. I ended up taking this trade right about here at 124, and I watch it. Now remember, at one point this candle was green all the way up there, and I said in the room, guys, I'm a little worried about that 150 mark. You know, for me, the 50-cent marks for stocks under $5 are almost as important as the $1 marks. You know, it's just sort of a whole numbers. It's sort of a psychological level for a stock to try to get through. And so I ended up taking most of the trade out here. However, I am thinking there's no resistance on this, and I know it's come an incredible long way. Depending how it closes, I may swing this one. I think they have some kind of they're going to release this product, I believe it says on March the 30th, so there is time. Running the risk, of course, that they're going to do a financing. I mean, a stock that has come from 25 cents last week that, almost makes it to $1.50. You always have to be worried that they might do a financing. But I'll have to wait and see how it closes, and I'll make up my mind then. Other than that, not too much happening for me today. Bitcoin had a bit of a comeback. GBTC. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bit of a comeback. It is, it's up 225. This is the one. Well, I call it the ETF for Bitcoin. Remember now, though, this was up at $48. So I mean, this is up at $48 on Friday before it, just got crushed over the weekend. So it is trying to come back. So I think that we'll probably find a lot of the Bitcoin plays like the Maras. I think what is Mara up right now? Mara's doing pretty well. It's up 11%. And Riot, I think, is up not quite as much. It's up 5%. Mara always seems to outperform Riot in terms of percentages. So, this is the one I like to keep an eye on. But anyway, let's see if Bitcoin can continue its kind of march back. In fact, let me just take a look here. I should look at so look at the daily chart. So the high yesterday was 39.70. It's basically there. So I think if it can hold this level and then tomorrow start to get into the 40s, we might see another surge back to these levels for Bitcoin. Again, this is the ETF. I don't know what the actual coin is trading for right now. Somebody said around 35,000. But anyway, so not a very active day for me, but keep an eye on Bitcoin tomorrow. And definitely, if you're looking for a potential, very kind of a risky, but the ZOM could be an interesting one going forward. So with that in mind, I'm going to stop this. And if you have any questions for me, you can use that email address, the link for the free room, and I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I hope to see you then. Bye-bye. Ah, I'm sorry, guys. So when you guys said I didn't mute, and I actually hit the mute after you said that. So sorry about that in the YouTube feed. So you guys can hear me now. Sorry. All right, guys. I am getting a little bit interested again in the IPOF. A little bit. I think if I can take this out here around 14.15, I may get back into it. I think I've got some pretty, can put a pretty tight stop on it. So I'm going to have my alert set, but I want volume. I want it on volume. All right, there is IPOF. It's starting to, again, I want some volume. Hmm. I swear, I know I keep saying it, broken record. I swear I'm going to short one of these SPACs. All right, guys. So the IPOF. I may start to pick up just a little bit, and depending on what it does, maybe add. But that's up to you. Okay, I'm just showing you what I'm doing, telling you what I'm doing. Okay, I'm going to do a reset. So here's another little one, GVP. I don't think I've ever seen this one, GVP. You know, I have to admit, I was very, very surprised with the move, IPOF here. And I kept looking to see, well, okay, is there some news, something that's really rocking this? But nothing that I could see. Okay, you guys can short solo to death. I'm all out of it. Okay, have at her. I'm afraid to look. VIR, what is it doing? When Zach says nuts, yeah, it's pretty well nuts. Now, what is it doing? Lots of resistance, not that far away. What do they do? Lots and lots of volume coming in. Gilead. I see there is some news pre-market. They established a clinical collaboration that was pre-market. Really didn't. There was a little bit of a pop pre-market, but the market open it was actually negative, and now look at it. Crazy how this works. You know, why did people, negative, we don't think that collaboration is so good. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know, I mean, it's just, and it's another, okay, so we need our CNBC watcher, okay? Who wants to be the CNBC watcher in the room? So what we need is alerting us when a CEO or somebody is going to be appearing on CNBC ahead of time. I just have it on in the background. I obviously cannot do it. Usually it's a crawl though. It says, upcoming certain time CEO from some company is going to be on. I'm kind of kidding, guys, but I mean, it's amazing. You buy it before, sell it during. Well, that was a fake out for the ZOM, wasn't it? I actually thought maybe this volume, but it didn't do it. All right, another one coming in here. iBio. So what sort of room does it have? So there's the 191 is the 200-day moving average. So that's kind of far enough away. Over here is around 160. So some volume coming in to iBio. It's not a low float though, 181 million in the float. So unless there is some specific news, INOV. Wow, yeah. This was something I was talking about a few weeks ago or a few days ago, yeah. This break here for INOV. Boy, when it broke and over that 200-day moving average, and now look at it. INOV. I don't think it was yesterday, Andrea. I don't remember yesterday. I do remember talking about it right around here. But it is possible I talked about it yesterday. Is that what it is? Okay. All right. I'll take your word for it, Andrea. Or Andrea, sorry. Look at the SPY, guys. SPY has had a nice, actually, this has been a good little trend here. And some bottoming tails to always contend with. The sellers have been saying nope, and the buyers saying yep. Sellers no, buyers yep. I mean, these bottoming tails, again, that means the sellers were trying to knock it down, but the buyers have been in control for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost an hour and a half now. A couple of minutes for this candle to close. Yeah, Panicus. So yeah, so somebody in the YouTube. We don't really. I mean, listen, I'm not saying nobody will be interested, but we don't really. It's a pink sheet stock. We don't talk too many pinks on this room. 12-cent stock. All right, guys. I'm just check. I haven't had too many new alerts. Timber. Wow, Timber was up. Remember Timber in the pre-market? Big move up here. 137 gets all the way down to under $1. So GBTC is now, excuse me, now. So it's right there's yesterday's high. Saying in the video, 39.70. So 39. So it's a little bit above yesterday's high. So I mean, if it can hold this without giving it up, and then start to really fill in this void again, we might see another surge in Bitcoin and the stocks associated with them. How's Mara doing right now? Yeah, I mean, it had a little pullback, but I mean, nothing much. Still, there's the trend. Look at that trend. Yeah, it's been there was an AI alert, really the only one that, I mean, yeah, look at the volume that came into LMNL. LMNL. Yeah, it had a pullback here. That's a pretty steep pullback. I mean, $6 down to 530. No, but it is moving again. Rambus keeps moving also. Rambus, where's the resistance for it? I don't think there's really. Yeah, I mean, there's really no resistance for RMBS. I'm not going to go back more than 5 years. So is that 2 good weeks in a row? RMBS. Rambus set to benefit as Intel's Ice Lake chips move to volume rollout. That's from Wells Fargo. Boy, Solo is still. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But I'm just watching FUV. I mean, this is oh boy. This has got some room. I mean, I'll have to make a decision when the market closes if it closes well. But look at FUV. So the high, next high, looking left on the weekly chart, is around 1865. Yeah, 1865. They got up to 1811 this morning. I keep waiting to see if XNet can start to rally a bit, but not really. There's some volume coming in, but not really. Not compared to the rest of them. So, William, IBIO, I notice it's above, a little bit above the Bollinger Band, and it's looks like it's approaching a 30-minute channel. IBIO. No, okay. I won't torment you then. Well, shoot, I'm not in this anymore. Let's see what Solo is going to do. I like this is one that depending how it closes, I may swing it. Just looking at that daily chart, the weekly, etc. When you say the previous session, you mean when Steve was there? Oh, Steve just called out. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously that's his trade of the week. Well, okay, just as I was kind of slamming XNet, take a look at it. Look at the volume coming in, but it is certainly lagging. There's the high of yesterday, 401. Look at the volume that just came in. When I say lagging, I'm talking about lagging, Mara. I mean, Mara's up 14%. And it's almost back to almost, back to the highs when Bitcoin was, 40,000, whatever. So, I mean, this has been a strong recovery for Mara. Well, I mean, it's attractive. I mean, it's in that sector, but I have an alert set right here. 733 for the AYRO. See if it takes that out. That's the high of a couple of days ago. I mean, obviously, just look left. It's got room. It's certainly lagging. It's in the sector that Solo and of course FUV are in, but I would just put an alert up here and see if it takes it out. Might take it out today. If it does, I mean, then look left. It's got some room. Yeah, it is. It does. Solo's a little bit different in that it broke out of here. It broke out of here. And so when you look left, I mean, look at the room Solo's got. But you're right. I mean, it's similar. It just has to take that out, I think. Doesn't have the, excuse me, I don't think it just doesn't have the same mass appeal, I guess. Doesn't trade very much. My bio, well, again, that's tied in with the VIR. I was talking about to short it, potential short. So, all right, I want to torment William, and the answer is, gee, too bad, William. Yeah, it's above your 5 minute, way above it, way above it. How many? 131,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Look at XNet, guys. You know what? I wonder if I should take this one again and just tuck it away. All right, guys, I will be in a marketing meeting. It starts at 2, so I'm just going to put the announcement here. You have to work for Trade Ideas. How to join. Well, there's XNet on the move here. Man, oh man. Look at the volume. Look at the volume coming in. 1 million shares right here. Almost. Another 2 minutes for this to close. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen anytime soon, John. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. So All right, guys, I am back, and guess what? I think we're actually very close to E-Trade and TDA as integrated like Brokerage Plus. For those of you who care. So I asked the question and I was kind of floored by the answer. So we're, I think, a lot closer than just saying soon. So for those of you with TDA or with E-Trade, looks like you'll be able to use Brokerage Plus pretty soon. Yeah, TDA. Yes, yes, Kevin. Yes. No, I was floored by the answer. You guys asked me to ask, and I did, and it's definitely sooner than expected, that I thought. Anyways, I'm not saying tomorrow. So there you go. Okay. Somebody asked about the solo. Yeah, I mean, this solo is really interesting. I'm not, listen, if I do it, I'm not saying anybody else should do it, but I may swing this one, depending how it closes. Now, obviously, if it just collapses back down to 7, I'm not doing it. It should, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely, Stan. It reminds me a lot for you. No, never. Fidelity, I doubt it. It reminds me, if you guys go back far enough, when we didn't really link with Interactor brokers. It used to be incredibly convoluted. I know somebody wrote a macro in order to be able to do it, which is the reason why I was stuck with Questrade and Disnat out of Canada, not wanting to go over to Interactor brokers. Once they got the linking done, and then they knew they were going to do it with Brokers Plus. I mean, the linking with IB has been, bulletproof. So I think the same thing is going to happen. I mean, I know it's going to happen with TDA. Okay. It's not going to happen with TradeStation. No. When you say you struggle with IB every day, just now you're talking with Brokerage Plus, or you're talking about IB itself, nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. I've never had tech problems with IB. Never. It's never. Anyway, that's just that is my experience. Yeah, I mean, if it hung around here, but listen, Turco, remember, I'm not trying to recommend that anybody does this, especially if FUV keeps, I mean, they kind of trade in tandem, so the room we've got is up to, 13. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but, that would be what we call the fantasy area. Yeah, I've never had a problem with IB. I've never had a problem with IB. Going on almost 5 years now. Maybe the mobile app. I mean, I can't, yeah. Walt, I cannot speak to the mobile app, IB. But for instance, I mean, when I used to have Questrade or even Disnat way back when, I mean, that program would freeze on me every now and then or just boot me out. I've never, in almost 5 years, never had that situation with IB, like freezing on me or. But anyway, doesn't really matter. We're going to be adding TDA, E-Trade, and it should be really soon. ACRX for a swing. Okay, this is what I see. All right. Now listen, it's had tremendous volume today. Obviously, I mean, look at the volume today. Unbelievable volume. 27 million shares. 87 in the float, so it's not a low floater, but 27 million in the float or have traded today. So this is what I see. I see there's a high 213, which is that. So that's good. I look over here. I see 214. I see 250 is the next high. I mean, there are little pockets of resistance, on the way up. That's the only thing that would deter me. If I didn't see these little topping tails, and it was sort of more or less a clear shot to almost that 4 level, I'd be a little more comfortable. But you have to do what you have to do, Luis. Okay. Is there a problem with the IB connection today? Not that I'm aware of. Oh, okay. Let me. Okay. So why are you using the IB paper trading? Why don't you use the R simulator? That's what I don't understand. I mean, why not use our simulator? Don't add another step. Okay, I mean, use our simulator. I'm not even sure we support that anymore, to be honest, Victor. If you're going to use B plus and IB's paper trading, I guess there's a way to do it. But I mean, the whole idea is to use our simulator. It uses our real-time data, so. No, I know, but you can. But if you're using a simulator, I sort of see what you mean. Well, if the AI is not taking any trades, I mean, it's first of all, are you trying to auto trade? Okay, don't. If first of all, I'm going to tell you right now what you should do, in my opinion. Okay, I'm not trying to be, not trying to be commanding you to do this. Before you auto trade, what are you trying to auto trade? You're trying to auto trade the AI? Okay. Do not connect it to AI. So if you've never done it before, do it this way. Turn on all the AI strategies and use our simulator, okay? Just to see how that works. You want to start auto trading the AI, do it in our simulator before you even want to. I know what you want to try to do is to go to IB, even in their test mode, but don't do that. Start off here first. Turn them all on, see how it works. Now, if it's not taking trades, I don't know if you've watched the video, but it might be your limit offset. If your limit offset is very tight, if you know what I mean by a limit offset, you might get an alert at 1480, but by the time, even if you're auto trading it might be a fast moving stock, maybe it's at 1483 before it can actually even take the trade, even in auto trade mode. So that's 3 cents out. Now you'll have to look to see where your offset is. Okay, do you know what I mean by that? So take a look at the strategies and then take a look at what it says for offset. If it says something like 2 cents, okay, you may not get any fills because a stock, even if you're auto trading, it's awfully hard to get a fill, on a fast moving stock, even if you're auto trading. So I know what you want to do. I know what you want to connect to IB paper. You don't have to do that. First step is to turn on the AI strategies here, and then you can auto trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. There's no problem with me, Tony. In terms of connection, there's no problem. I have not had a problem today with IB being. I wonder if it's your internet connection. Soho. I saw Soho earlier. Yeah, I mean, I just think there's too much resistance. You know, I mean, look what it got to. It got up to 290. Look at this area right there. It's about 290. And right above it is, is 3 and all that. So you're looking to swing this. I mean, for me, it's just too much resistance short term. For me, anyway. Oh, no problem, Avery. Okay, so a bit of a hit piece on Peloton. Yeah, I would check your internet connection, Tony, because I know what you're talking about. Every now and then you have the British gentleman saying disconnection lost or something to that effect. Um, I might get that once a week now, maybe, but it lasts for seconds. So if you're getting that over and over again, I would think it might be something to do with your internet connection. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Sun W. No, they had that news. Wasn't it last week or something with a shakeup on their board or something? Was that Sun W? Oh no, today. Well, I mean, listen, that might be. Well, that's the reason. I don't know who this guy is, but evidently, the market seems to like it. Look at the volume it just came into Sun W. I mean, sometimes, having a CEO, new CEO, is all it takes to kind of get interest back in a stock. Now, these are the ones these guys were going to be merging with Peck a long time ago. That was the rumor back, I think, in this month here. All right, guys, it is now just about 3 o'clock. So I shut the room down at 3. I'll always stay a little bit late. I'll stay later if there are questions. Otherwise, I will shut it down at 3. Before I go, look at this one. Look at the BIOL. Look at the volume. 251 million shares. 3 times the float. My goodness. Well, another one to have to watch tomorrow. I mean, now that it's over $1, what did it start out at? I mean, this morning at 58 cents. I don't know if there's any move on this. BioLays strikes a deal with Dental Care Alliance in laser adoption push. So when you look left, I mean, this still has room. $1.70 up here on that monthly chart. This would be interesting. See if it holds. Look at the volume. Wow. You mean back to 50 cents? It's not shortable for me. I'm going to follow. I'm going to watch this one going into the close and see how it trades in after hours. All right, everybody. I think that's a wrap. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll shut it down now. Thanks a lot for all the help this morning or today. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you in the trading room tomorrow.